Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. There's something remarkable about real encounters that fiction just can't quite capture. This collection is comprised of authentic accounts that have been carefully selected from documented experiences. The team approaches these true encounters with the belief that they deserve thoughtful adaptation. The craft is in preserving the core truth of what really happened to someone, while also enhancing the atmosphere for a sleep-friendly listen. This channel thrives on the support of its listeners, so please consider liking and subscribing, and turning on bell notifications to be alerted when a new episode is released. The first 10 to 15 minutes of the broadcast contain ads, followed by uninterrupted listening for a seamless journey into a shadowy world of elevated true stories. It's fascinating how something beautiful happens when sophisticated storytelling meets documentary truth. Sleep well and dream dark. I was 22 when I started sleeping on the sofa instead of my room. The living room had a better breeze, and the streetlight outside threw a steady square onto the carpet that let me track time without looking at my phone. When the bulb buzzed, the blue square on the carpet seemed to breathe, a slow rise and fall. I could follow without checking a clock. I told myself it was temporary. That spring was heavy with work and classes, and I liked the quiet. I knew him from school years before, when I was 16 and he was older. Back then it had been small things, a wave in the hallway, a comment while I stacked music folders after rehearsal. He graduated. I forgot about him. Then my truck windshield started collecting notes. No message, just shapes and nested borders that made my eyes skip. At first I assumed it was a friend playing around. Nobody I asked owned up to it. The paper smelled like the inside of an envelope. The winter after, I started running into him around town. Not dramatic, just a presence that arrived already in the middle of things. He'd appear at the end of an aisle at the big store off Highway 47, watching for when I looked up. He'd materialize near an escalator at the mall, empty hands like he'd been there all afternoon. I read a story once that said people don't notice repeated patterns until something interrupts them. For me, the interruption came when he showed up at a place no one from town visited unless they had to sign for freight. My mother worked at a warehouse on the edge of the reservation. The company logo was painted on a long corrugated wall, and semis rolled in and out on a slow rhythm. Customers only came twice a year for public days. He walked in 5 months after the last one, stood near a rack of reflective vests while a forklift's backup chirp came and went, and waited. The air smelled like dust warmed by motors. The building sat past a row of low warehouses, close enough to open land that wind found its way into the seams. The kind of address delivery drivers memorize and everyone else forgets by the next day. He smiled like we were in on a joke. I pulled him aside behind a pallet. When I asked why he was there, he started explaining how names and numbers connect, how a plate can trail you like a ribbon if you know where to stand. He had the tone of a man reciting directions to a place he had already reached. I told him to leave, and he did. It would have been easier if he hadn't. Leaving meant there was a choice, and a choice meant he could make it again. Between the warehouse and the spring, he managed to turn up everywhere without ever needing to announce himself. A friend of mine started seeing him that spring. She introduced him to our group at a strip of storefronts that looked rinsed by neon. The kind that flatten everyone into the same pale version under the ceiling lights. She was happy. I said nothing. After they split, he came to my door and spoke fast, asking me to help fix what he had broken. I didn't check the peephole. I just opened the door and stepped back when I saw him. My dogs nosed the air behind my legs. I think about that now sometimes, the way familiarity bleeds into habit. I told him no. A week later, he tried again. The friendship didn't survive. Sometimes the wrong thing was simply the one I could live with afterward. Senior year slid out of sight. I stopped driving the old truck. My father died. The town seemed smaller than it had been when I first learned to measure it in gas money and miles. Years passed in a way that looked sudden in hindsight. When I went back to the community college off Isleta Boulevard, he had already learned my new patterns. Little gifts started showing up. Things left on the porch in plain boxes with no return information. A book with the store label cut off, thumbed to the parts about songs. A keychain with a tiny plastic flashlight that gave a sickly blue glow. I found out later he had visited my grandmother and given her a package for me. Chatted with her at her kitchen table. Asked polite questions about the old clock on her wall that stopped at 9:17 years ago and never got fixed because it didn't matter. When I wore one of those gifts for a day and then took it off, it felt like I was washing ink off my wrists. I started a new job downtown. The office shared a parking lot with a dentist and a laundromat. My days became tidy. Morning at the desk, afternoon classes, a walk in the early evening when the heat went down. Once, when I turned onto Valencia Drive from Bridge, I saw a sedan fall in behind me and hold distance for 3 blocks. It turned out to be nothing. A man looking to merge onto the freeway. Still, I pulled into a different spot than usual and sat in the car with the engine off, counting my breath until the light on the dash stopped pulsing. The night he came into my house, I had fallen asleep with my shoes half on. The news murmured from the phone, face down on the coffee table. The deadbolt on the front door takes a code that clicks softly when you get it right. I believed I had engaged it. The dogs woke first, lifting their heads and then wagging, which didn't make sense. And before I could stand, the handle moved. I have imagined the ideal version of me in that moment. The person who runs, the person who shouts, the person who hurls a lamp, the person who calls in the cavalry and bars the door with a chair. I was not that person. I stood too slow and took 2 steps toward the door. He was faster. He pushed it open and stepped in with the clean assurance of someone arriving at a place they already owned in their head. He greeted the dogs by name. They spun in the narrow space. He said he'd been worried. He said I made it hard to help. It took me seconds to understand why the cool air on my face felt like outside. He moved to the back door and slid it open, let the dogs out into the yard. The slider trembled on grit in the track, and a line of cooler air wrote itself along my forearms as if the night were a draft from a vent. He talked while he did it about a man he had seen with me at school, about small details I didn't remember telling anyone. He knew what I watched to fall asleep. He knew which brainless game I tapped through when lectures ran long. He knew the day my car got its oil changed because he had noticed the sticker in the corner of the windshield and done the math. For a minute, I wondered if I had been broadcasting for years, not with words, but with the shape of my days. When I said I didn't know him, he looked at me like I had insulted the weather, something too large to be untrue. His voice flattened and then rose without sound. He stepped close, and his hands hit my shoulders hard enough to put my back against the hall closet. The knob caught me under the ribs. The wall was textured with old paint, rough enough to snag a thread from my sleeve. And for a second, all I could hear was the soft clatter of the hangers inside the closet. It was a small, ordinary sound. The house shook like a grocery cart bumping a curb. I folded and he lifted me back by the jacket, and did it again. 3 times, spaced like steps. He smelled like wintergreen. Pain made the room bright and narrow. He kept talking. Words blurred around the sound of my heart. He said there were things I couldn't see yet, that I would, that patience mattered, that he had proof. When I said proof doesn't make affection, only records. He stopped. Records don't answer back. His hands loosened. The dogs barked in the yard. The blue flashlight sat on the table where I had left it a week earlier. A dot of color on the wood like a bruise. I saw an opening where there might not have been one. He had put his phone down to unlock the back door. I picked up mine and typed with my thumb without looking. Not a full message, just a word and an address fragment and the name of the street that cut behind our house. I sent it to the friend who always responded too fast. Then I set the phone face down again on the table and breathed in through my nose and out slow because the body remembers old tricks, even when the mind forgets. The sun slid behind the houses and left the room with the gray that is not night yet. He paced and explained, and at some point he hit me. Not a punch exactly. Open hands that rang. The second time the sound shifted and my vision narrowed to a tube. I woke up later to the smell of damp grass and gasoline, and a name being spoken near my ear that did not belong to me but to the girl I had been when I first drove a truck down the straight road to school. I did not live the rest of the night. Others did, and told me after. A friend read the one-word text and could not reach me, called my mother, who called the police. My mother drove to the house on Valencia with her hands high on the wheel. She found the back gate open and the dogs circling the porch, their nails clicking. She waited on the sidewalk until the first cruiser pulled in. Lights steady but quiet. They went in together. There were marks on the floor where something had been dragged. An overturned glass had rolled under the chair by the window and left a dark ring on the rug where it rested. A set of keys lay on the mat by the door. Not mine. I was in his car. He had a plan that belonged to a previous century. When officers stopped the sedan farther east on Central near a closed tire shop, he had printed papers in the glove compartment that gave simple words to complicated things. A friend of his waited at an address, copy-pasted from an online form. The ink was still wet. I remember a slice of the sky through the open window when they pulled him out. A pale noise that could have been wind or my own breath, and the feeling of returning to my body as if by stairs. After the arrest, the days bled together in a bright, practical way. I counted photographs of the bruises by numbers instead of colors. I learned to sit upright without bracing my hand against the table. I bought new locks and changed the code, and then changed it again. A woman at the county office told me how to request copies of certain paperwork and what not to read. I threw away the blue flashlight and then dug it out of the trash bag hours later and took out the batteries and put them in a kitchen drawer because I could not stand to think of them in the landfill lighting up somewhere at night. Months passed, he was sentenced. There was another woman before me, they said, and our lines matched up in ways that made my mouth go dry. The investigator said the word pattern like it was a curtain being pulled shut. I went to class, took notes, finished the semester. I stopped sleeping on the sofa and made myself use my room. I learned a different route home. Some days the air tasted like metal. The week he was released, the heat returned early and sat on the roofs. I imagined 100 futures, and then made myself stop. At dusk, the new LED on the corner pole washed the table edge in a thin blue line. For half a minute, then let it go. At night, I listened for the deadbolt to click, and sometimes I heard it even when it had not moved. The dogs settled by the back door and sighed. On my evening walks, I turned down a street with a church on the corner and a line of old saltbush. The city replaced a light on the third pole, and the cast on the sidewalk changed from yellow to blue. It would be neat to tell you I trained, or armed, or enrolled in classes that would make some later scene unfold differently. What I did was simpler and less satisfying. I walked the fence line in daylight and marked the soft boards with a pencil. I set reminders to change the code on a schedule I could follow even when the week got away from me. I added numbers to my favorites list. I asked my neighbor to park his truck closer to the curb so the gap between our houses narrowed. I stopped wearing headphones when I carried laundry to the car. Sometimes I stand at the sink with my hands in the dishwater and watch the dogs trace their route along the fence. Noses up as if the air were telling them something I couldn't hear. The light slides, the blue strip crosses the table, and I wait for it to move on before I dry my hands. I keep my hands on the edge of the counter until the feeling passes. At night, the flat holds its own breath, a thin quiet that makes small lights feel louder. I used to keep my phone on loud at night. It made me feel responsible, like I would never miss a call from my dad or a message about class. Lately, I left it face down under a folded t-shirt on my desk. It was quieter that way. The light still got through sometimes. I met Jane when we were little. Back then, we walked the same route, past a bakery that smelled like warm sugar, past a bus stop where older kids had their own language. We drifted after secondary school. It happens. In college, she sent me a friend request and I accepted without thinking. The old names draw you in like the glow of a window you grew up seeing, even if the house changed hands. At first, she messaged like anyone would, little updates, photos that were normal, a joke I could almost hear land. Then she asked if she could crash at mine because things at home were loud. She asked twice in 1 week. I told her I had early mornings. She said she'd be quiet, that she wouldn't eat much. It sounded like a kid bargaining for 5 more minutes, except we weren't kids, and 5 minutes turned into an arrangement I never agreed to. We started meeting in town. She spoke too loudly. She said things to strangers that made people turn their heads. I learned to look past them, fix my eyes on something harmless. A discount poster in a chemist window, an orange cone half tipped into the gutter. When we parted, she'd ask to meet again right away. If I paused before answering, she would fill the pause with more words than were necessary, and it felt like being trapped under wet cloth. My mother has a voice that cuts through fog. When I told her some of the things Jane had said, heavy declarations that demanded attention, Mom asked 2 questions, and then she told me gently to be careful. It's strange how you can know someone for years and still be taught their shape by someone who has never met them. The way it slid out of control did not feel like movement. It was more like a stillness that thickened. I said no to a plan because it was my dad's birthday, and that should have been the end of it. Jane said I had promised. She said it like it was the weather. When I answered that I hadn't, she told me to come outside and stop pretending. My phone lit up 10 times with her name. I watched the light push through the fabric, a pale square shifting on the desk. Then I turned the screen over without opening anything. After that, I did the obvious things. Blocked her name on everything we had in common. Settings can't reach backward. Old photos keep their porches. Strangers can still knock. I went around the flat, shut each door in my mind, and felt clever for knowing where all the latches were. When the first new request came under her name, but with numbers added, I denied it. When the second arrived, I denied that one too. The third had a different profile picture. I blocked it while brushing my teeth, foam stinging my gums because I didn't wait to spit. The fourth had no picture at all and said hello in a message like we were in the middle of a conversation. Even with privacy toggles tightened, old posts had edges she could still touch, likes on photos I hadn't thought to lock down. You don't realize how much an empty circle can look back at you. Where I live, the streets are ordinary, terraced rows with clipped hedges and bins that go out on Mondays. I'm not naming the town. These are the placeholder kinds of streets you pass without reading twice, enough to place it without pointing to a door. The town center has a pedestrian street with chain shops and a cafe that changes hands every year. When I walk there, I count the crossings on Corporation Street without meaning to. I avoid the place where Jane and I once went to buy cheap earrings. I pretend that is about taste and not geography. It moved sideways then. She found my boyfriend's account. She liked our photos, the ones taken at a park by the War Memorial, when the sky was white and flat and the leaves were loud. He left the requests where they landed. They went stale on their own. He sent me a screenshot and asked if everything was all right, and I said yes with a speed that made me feel dishonest. She followed him. His profile was set to friends only. The follows sat there unanswered, like letters slid under a door. He didn't accept, which felt like a kindness I hadn't asked for in time. I developed a habit of checking the timing of her attempts. 5 in the morning sometimes, noon while I was in a lecture, 11 at night when I was washing a pan, and the hot handle made my palm redden. If you map the hours she reached for me, you get a shape that looks deliberate. You get a pattern that you can almost call a person. There was always a thin space between the alert and my hand, the part where I decided not to cross. It mapped a kind of weather. A week ago, my father went to his club on the edge of town. It's the kind of members' room with low ceilings and a carpet that's seen decades, one of several along the ring road. He likes it there. He sits with his friends and they talk in fragments. The television on the wall hums even when the sound is down. When he came home that night, he hung his keys on the hook and waited there, coat still on, as if measuring the right start. Then he asked if I had been near the club. When I said no, he frowned in a way that tries to be gentle and doesn't quite make it. He told me a girl had stepped into the members' room and asked where I was, why I wasn't speaking to her, whether I was with him. He said her name by accident, and then corrected himself. He didn't need to. After he went to bed, I stood in the kitchen and drank water that had a taste like pennies. The flat was very quiet. No television on in the other room. No traffic. Far off, a bus sighed at a stop and moved on. The fridge clicked and then the noise settled into a low, even hum. I went to the window and checked the latch without touching it. That's what I learned to do. look at things, and confirm they were doing their job without interference. The latch was angled down. It was fine. I started to think about the window a lot. The glass had a faint wave in it that made streetlights bend just slightly if you stood in a certain position. On Windmill Hill Drive, the lamp outside the newsagent flickers sometimes, but not at regular intervals. When I couldn't sleep, I stood at my window and watched for that flicker through the distortion. It felt like proof that something out there made and unmade itself, whether or not I was part of it. The morning after the club, there was a new account with a new name and a face I didn't recognize. The message said to add back. The second message said, "Why aren't you speaking to me like we were in the middle of a game where I had dropped my turn?" I blocked it. I did not open my curtains all the way that day. I left them 2 inches shy of the rail and told myself it was because of the sun. When I went to campus, I began to cut diagonally across the car park, instead of using the paved footpath. If I saw someone in a red jacket, my shoulders lifted before my brain caught up. Names became shapes. Shapes became warnings. I told my friend Eliza what was going on and the kind of voice you use when you don't want to make a fuss. She is small and practical, and she asked if I wanted her to walk with me to the bus stop. I said yes. We walked past the library and out onto North Road, where the buses came every 7 minutes if you believe the sign. I watched the LED display tick down, glitch up a number, tick back down again. Eliza asked if I had told anyone official. I said I didn't know if it counted. She said it did. That night, the light from the hallway slipped under my door and made a narrow trapezoid on the floorboards. I watched it for longer than made sense, because when I watched the rectangle, my phone didn't exist. When I finally reached for it, 2 requests waited on one app, 3 on another. One picture was a cropped close-up of an eye, unblinking, smooth skin, no context. It could have been a stock photo. The glass of my screen threw a small ghost of it onto my cheekbone. A cool oval that faded when I moved. I blocked it like the others and felt briefly like I had pressed a bruise too hard. On Saturday, I went to my dad's. He likes to keep the heating just a touch too high. He made tea and the kettle's whistle was the most human sound in the room. We didn't talk about the club unless silence backed us into the corner of it. He told me about the match. He asked if I needed any money. He put a bag of satsumas on the table and pushed them toward me with 2 fingers. I peeled one and the smell burst up, clean and sharp, and it cut through everything else. When I left, he walked me to the gate. He stood there a beat longer than he needed to, as if time could thicken into a wall if we were both patient. After dark, I was back at my window. The latch was down and cool under my thumb. A car went by, then nothing. Then the sound of someone setting a bin down on the curb with care. My phone lit the underside of the t-shirt, a soft bloom. I did not pick it up. I stood and watched the light bend at the edge of the glass, where the wave made a second, smaller world flatten and expand again. If there is a name for this thing, it is not one I would say. In my head, I called it the window between. It's the strip of air that separates glass from the outside and me from the glass. It's the space where a hand might hover without touching, where a face becomes a reflection you can ignore if you dim the room behind you. It's the not quite place where a voice could be loud and never cross the seal. The last time she liked one of my photos, the notification came without a name, just an icon and an action, and the small red dot that means you are supposed to respond to the world. I let it sit. My heart thudded in my throat and then receded to its place like a wave losing interest. I went to the sink and rinsed a cup and set it upside down on the rack. When I returned to the window, the lamp at the newsagent shimmered once, then held steady. I didn't make a grand decision. I didn't declare anything. I sent an email to the university because Eliza was right. An auto reply came back from the office with a case number and a note that they would follow up if patterns persisted. I told my dad I had told someone. I moved the t-shirt and silenced notifications for accounts I had kept out of habit. I put the phone in a drawer, closed it, and the sound of the runners made a hushed shush that felt like a permission given. The glass kept its slight wave. The latch stayed down. In the morning, I pushed the curtains open, the extra 2 inches, and watered the plant I always forgot until it drooped. The soil took the water slowly, like someone being convinced. Somewhere down the street, a van door thudded, then slid closed again. The glass held a plain square of daylight. I left the window as it was and made breakfast. I remember the way the late light held itself over the street, as if the day didn't want to fold yet. I was supposed to speak at a neighborhood association meeting at 7, the kind where they set out paper cups and store cookies, and you introduce yourself over the mic. I wore a navy dress and heels because that felt like effort you could see. The air had that end-of-day warmth that makes everything look softer, and I came down Cedar Avenue toward the big intersection by the grocery store, where the lanes fan out and the timing makes you wait, even when no one is coming. On the right, a cluster of low-slung homes sat behind chain link and crepe myrtles, the kind you see up and down the Carolinas. Wind chimes moving even when the air felt stalled. The cross-street sign flashed its green at intervals, the way our old microwave used to blink when the power flickered. To the left, the grocery lot floated with carts someone had corralled badly. It looked still from a distance. I was alone at the red when a girl shot out from the far side driveway of the park in front of me. She had on a long dark hoodie with the sleeves pulled over her hands and shorts that made her legs look all tendon and effort. Her ponytail moved like a metronome gone wrong. 5 or 10 feet behind her, a man came into view on a mountain bike. He wore a green windbreaker unzipped, bare knees, a beard that looked kept until you stared, for a beat. Because I am the kind of person who wants the world to make sense in polite ways, I tried to give them a story where it was exercise and oversight. I wanted it tidy. I wanted them to be fine. Then her pace changed. She cut hard to the right and sprinted uphill toward the other park across the intersection. She kept glancing back with the start-stop of someone about to drop a plate. The light ticked red to green. I didn't go. The green washed the hood and faded. A metronome I let pass. I watched him pause on the painted crosswalk, wheels angled like he was waiting for some inner signal to turn on. The traffic sequence rolled through its quiet clicks behind my windshield. Something about the pause, the way he held himself open to the choice, made me feel like I was seeing thoughts without language. He lifted the bike by its top tube and swung it toward her route in a single practiced motion. I flipped my blinker on and swung a U-turn over the median brake that delivery vans use, my heels skidding on the mat. I didn't calculate. I came around into the turn lane that feeds the second park. The girl reached the mouth of that park and took the inner lane, passing a row of units with metal awnings and potted aloe plants. My chest tightened at the idea that she was running toward a door with her name on the mail, a place that solves nothing if someone is still following. Somewhere beyond the awnings, a porch light clicked on against the bright, a small pulse that didn't belong to the hour. He came around the corner on the bike faster than I thought he could, cutting across the gravel so tight he sprayed it. She turned on herself and came back out toward the street, arms high for balance the way you run on ice. Another car slid into the turn lane ahead of me. A white van with faded lettering from some contractor whose number had peeled off. The driver opened his door, then hesitated, 1 foot down on the asphalt like he had to prove to himself he meant it. Cars kept moving through the intersection behind us, indifferent, the sound of them all one low ribbon of air. I tapped my hazards. The dash blinked orange, orange, orange. The cyclist rolled into the bus pullout near the park entrance and began tracing slow figure eights, tires whispering over grit, the loops careful as if he were practicing a shape for someone else to read. He was close enough that I could make out the sweat on his collar. I parked at an angle that blocked the space between the girl and the pullout, and without thinking about my shoes, got out. The gravel under my heels made me shift twice to find a flat patch. I didn't want to look unsteady. The man from the van jogged over with his phone in his hand, not raised, just present. He asked what to do, and I heard my own voice come from somewhere chesty and flat, telling him to call for help now. He moved a few steps away and started speaking into the phone. The girl stopped behind my open door like it was a shield someone had left for her by accident. I told her to stay right by me so he couldn't map her to a porch. Her breath came out in fast little clouds that didn't belong to the warm air. The cyclist kept looping his little pattern. He wasn't looking directly at us. He wasn't not looking. He was performing an argument for the benefit of whoever might be watching, and it showed up in the careful way he avoided the metal signpost every time. He angled the front wheel, then straightened it, a little rehearsal repeated until it could pass for nothing. The van driver gave a small gesture with his free hand as if to point at the obvious. He kept his voice low, his mouth close to the phone. 2 more cars slowed and pulled to the curb. A woman in gym clothes stayed in her seat, but turned toward us with her hands on the top of her wheel. A man in a delivery uniform stood up between his open door and his seat, waiting for the moment when waiting is no longer the right verb. The next part did not feel like a decision so much as an alignment with something, like stepping into a lane that had always existed. I moved my body so I was between the girl and the cyclist. I set my feet and told him, steady as if I were introducing an agenda item, that he needed to move along. I kept my hands visible at the edge of the door frame so the spacing stayed plain. The sound of the intersection changed in my ears, less like traffic, more like wind through ductwork. He raised his face at last. Up close, his expression didn't match a category. He stopped the figure 8s and let the bike coast until it rocked back under him and settled. He said something I couldn't hear over a passing bus, then lifted one hand as if to show both friendliness and lack of substance. The van driver took a step closer without actually closing the distance. We were all holding a circle that was at once small and stretched too far. The cyclist pushed off and crossed the lane. He put himself in the sting of oncoming cars as if to prove a point, then slipped through and was gone up Cedar, past the grocery sign and the mulched island with its stunted tree. I didn't trust that gone meant gone, and I stayed with the girl until I felt the attention drain from the curb. Her legs had that tremor you get when the body has run ahead and the mind is catching up. I told her she should go home, but not by the same route, and not right away, and maybe not alone. I said it gently. I didn't want her to hear shame in the instruction. She nodded twice but didn't move. She looked at the place where the figure 8s had been cut into the grit by the bus pullout. The loops were faint, not circles so much as 2 parentheses that didn't quite touch. If you didn't look straight at them, the marks seemed to tighten and relax, like breath you only notice when the room goes quiet. A delivery truck downshifted, and the whole scene reassembled into ordinary parts. The scent of warm blacktop, the squeak of a shopping cart someone was pushing in the lot, the quick talk of the van driver to the person on the other end. I checked the time on my phone and saw I was late enough to miss introductions. I thought about calling the organizer to say I was delayed, but I didn't want to narrate this into a reason. We stood there a while, not long enough for the hazard blink to restart its rhythm in my attention. The van driver ended his call and gave me a small practical nod. A couple of passers-by asked if we were all right. I said we were. The word felt provisional, like a suit loaned to a stranger. I walked the girl to the edge of the sidewalk and watched her cross. When the light changed, I turned the hazards off and adjusted the rear view until it caught my eyes instead of the empty pullout. The car went quiet without the blink. Heat held in the concrete, and the fan chased it in slow circles that never quite cooled the room. On warm nights, the old garage fan pushed air in slow circles, and the house smelled like spilled soda and gasoline. I met him the summer I was learning to host badly. Paper plates buckled under cheap cake, the borrowed speakers hiccuped every hour, and someone had set a fern on top of my dad's toolbox like it belonged there. He arrived with a mutual acquaintance who swore he was solid, though the acquaintance never used people's names, just waved vaguely as if that could sponsor trust. He was older than us in a way that wasn't wisdom. He wore a hat that pretended to be formal and carried himself like a performer between shows. The hum of the portable fan moved warm air around like a chore. He tried to kiss me in the hallway when no one was watching. He knew I had a boyfriend. I didn't make it dramatic. I stepped back until my shoulder met the edge of the bathroom doorframe and said it wasn't going to happen. He kept smiling like he hadn't heard me. Later, he curled up in the back seat of my neighbor's car and fell asleep under the dome light, his face washed in tired yellow. His friends hauled him away, red-faced and apologetic. I thought that was the end. You tell yourself that about strangers who overstep. You expect the social current to carry them away, out past the edge of your life. 2 days later, he found me online, I had a profile I barely managed, grainy photos, a song embedded that never played. His first message was a stack of praise that didn't acknowledge the word no. I replied with a simple boundary and assumed it was enough. It felt careful, adult, done. Months passed. I moved far away for school, farther than advice. My relationship didn't survive the mileage. One night in that thin hour when your inbox feels like a booth, there he was again on a different platform, dressed in concern. The kind of message that wants credit for noticing. I didn't answer. I learned that not answering is still an answer, and sometimes it isn't. I didn't last in college. There are ways to describe it that sound noble, but the truth is I got small inside myself and couldn't fill the shape that place required. I came home. My dad, mid-divorce and often away for work, left long stretches of the house to me and the friends who rotated through like a tide. We set out bowls of chips, dragged the speakers back from the closet, and pretended we were still good at this. He showed up again, taller somehow, or I had shrunk. He stood in the kitchen talking like a man giving a toast. I avoided the burn of his attention by rinsing cups that weren't really dirty. A friend, not mean, just careless, saw us and assumed it was friendly. She handed him my number. When the party emptied the trash bags in quiet, my phone lit up as if it had been turned into a signal tower. Text after text. Calls stacked like a list I couldn't scroll to the end of. He sent pictures of things he thought made him interesting. I blocked his number. I told my friend gently, and she said she hadn't thought. When you block a number, the world is supposed to hush. Instead, it changes channels. My inbox filled with messages that read like scripts for a romance he was directing alone. I blocked him there too. A day later, he stood on my porch with flowers already browning at the edges. He set his hand on the deadbolt of the front door, as if it were already his. My dad stepped into the entry behind me, and didn't say a word, and in that small pause the man let the hardware go. It should have felt like resolution. Instead, I noticed his car after that in parking lots that had no reason to hold it, on the far side of the grocery store, idling behind a row of shade trees near the track where I ran. Maybe it wasn't his car. The brain lies for protection and also for danger. I started to cut roots into a new geometry. I moved again, across state lines this time into a small apartment that smelled like a previous tenant's mop. My mother lived nearby and had a key she never used. For a while my life went smooth with ordinary friction, coffee that burned my tongue, buses that came late, a job where I stapled more than I spoke. Then a small package arrived with my name spelled correctly, and the apartment number not quite centered on the label. Inside were objects that tried to be personal without knowing me, things that wanted to be gifts. There was a letter that leaned toward me without asking, close in tone, wrong in every other way. He did not have my address. He did, though. Soon he had my new number. The calls returned. Then the messages changed. He used phrases that tried to be inevitable. He wanted to sound like weather. He listed details of my schedule, names of intersections I crossed between campus and work, the exact time my bus usually arrived if the driver didn't stop for the long light at the corner with the diner. He called during the breaks he said he knew I had. Each ring felt like a hand in my pocket. I told my mother. I told her badly at first, joking where I should have been clear. She put a hand on my shoulder and said we would try to get a restraining order. We learned that lines drawn on paper mean less when they cross a border, that offices trade calls and send you back to wait your turn while the clock keeps ordinary time. We filed what we could file and waited. It carried on. The motif of my days became the hum in electrical things, the breaker ticking, the old refrigerator offering a thin tone in the middle of the night, my phone buzzing on the table even when it was face down and off. I began to hear the quiet parts of machines and count them as company. Years folded. I met someone whose patience had its own gravity. We married, and it felt like fastening a window against a coming storm. There were 2 years of silence from the other side. I let myself think it was over. I let the hum in the apartment belong to us again. The truth was plainer. He had been in jail, not for me but for what he had tried to do to someone else. Violence that made my hands go cold when I heard it said out loud. The sentence sounded like time enough to grow old inside. 2 years later, he was out. Hope taught its own arithmetic. When he walked out early, I had to relearn what to count. He found my number again. The messages returned, impatient at first and then patient like a steady leak. Sometimes I didn't tell my husband the day of, not to hide it, but to move it forward into a time when the telling wouldn't crush our dinner or make him rise from the table and put on his shoes. We logged things. We took screenshots like evidence of weather. I changed routes again. I built a habit of ordinary evasions, ducking into a hardware store to stand by the paint chips until a car I didn't trust passed by, using a different cashier so the receipts wouldn't stack with the same name. I learned how not to narrate my life online, which is a skill and also a grief. One night I left work late. The office was the kind with carpet that keeps years in its fibers, and a copy machine that woke when you walked by. I stood by the window and looked down at the streetlights spaced along Westlake Avenue, like beads on a long string. Even up on the 4th floor, I could feel the buzz of the ballast through the glass. I stayed until I thought the street had changed faces. When I finally stepped out, the air had gone cool and smelled faintly of wet metal from a passing rain. My phone vibrated once in my pocket, and then twice more, as if it had decided to breathe on a rhythm. I didn't look. I let my hand rest on the edge of the device until the impulse softened. At the bus stop, there was a bench with a plaque for someone I did not know, and when the bus arrived, the doors opened with a careful hiss. Under it, I heard the steady electrical thrum from the shelter's light. On the ride home, a man stood near the front and talked on his phone about baseball, in a voice that had no secrets in it. I watched the reflection of the aisle in the glass, and tried to let it be enough. At my stop, I stayed seated one extra beat, then stood. The driver looked at me in the mirror the way drivers check if you're actually getting off. I walked through a parking lot that had only one working pole light. The light hummed like a tune someone forgot the words to. I passed under it and felt the faint vibration in my forearm, a reminder that even the quiet things make their own noise. Inside my building, I waited in the lobby until the elevator finished with whoever had called it first. I pressed the worn plastic button and watched the floor numbers tick down one at a time. A small wait that let my breathing slow. Upstairs, I did not turn on the kitchen light right away. I poured water in the dim and listened to the refrigerator offer its thin note, familiar now as an old friend. The last message that night was only 3 words, and my name. It used punctuation like intimacy. I stood there holding the glass. The hum in the room felt louder. I set the glass down and backed up a step without meaning to. There are moments when nothing happens, and you feel the shape of your life anyway. I tell myself that the quiet can be a choice. I tell myself I'd keep choosing it. I know the sound of my own home at night, and most nights that's what I listen to. I turned off the phone and placed it face down in the drawer with the spare batteries, and the room settled back into its ordinary noise. I was 18, working the closing shift at a thrift store on the east side of Denver, a long commercial strip where the neon blinked unevenly, and the wind made the glass doors tick when someone let them swing. It was late winter, dry air, and a draft that slipped under the entrance and brushed my ankles whenever a customer passed through. We called it a resale shop, which made everything sound a little less dented than it was. I ran the register most days, but my manager let me float when another cashier was on restocking cookware, lining up shoes by size, scraping the price gun stickers off displays. I told myself it meant I was being groomed for something larger than counting out quarters. The fixtures hummed at a steady pitch that I stopped hearing unless they hiccuped. The receipt printer sometimes clicked awake for no reason and went still again. He found me in housewares. I didn't register the face at first. Older leather jacket too warm for the weather. Polite enough. He said my name as if he'd known it for years. I had my badge on and customers did that sometimes. He asked if I remembered him. I didn't. I told him I could help him find anything, and he shook his head and didn't move. He matched my steps down the aisle, close enough that I felt air shift when I stopped. I asked again if he needed something, and he slid a tiny folded slip along the lip of a metal shelf. His name and number were written in block letters. He said he'd like to take me fishing. I didn't know what to do with my hands, so I picked up the slip to keep the aisle clear and carried it into the back room, tucked under a stack of tagging stickers like it was something we could inventory. My manager said he probably wouldn't return if I didn't call. He was wrong. The man came back with the regulars, the weekend flippers, the couples hunting for mid-century lamps, and he chose my register even when there was no line. If I switched to cleaning, he drifted waiting. He never raised his voice. He didn't have to. Presence can be louder than anything. You feel it in the space you can't seem to fill. It got practical after the first week. I started leaving my register to the other cashier whenever he walked in. Sometimes I stood at the glass case pretending to sort jewelry that didn't need sorting. When he asked if I remembered him, I acted as if I was trying to place a face from a school hallway. He would lay down another slip with the same number. I stopped taking them. I let them sit near the gum and impulse buys until someone else swept them into a bin. My co-workers were split between watchful and weary. One manager told me I was making a deal out of a discount shopper, as if a senior price tag meant you couldn't stand too close. One afternoon, I took my lunch late and walked back out to a line that wrapped around kids' clothes. He was at the counter across from mine, checked out by someone else, ready to go. He saw me and stepped aside to my station, leaned against a pillar, and stayed. He watched the last coat go through, the last end table. Between customers, I straightened a stack of flyers just to give my hands a job, and the paper edges rasped louder than they should. When the line finally emptied, he put both palms flat on the counter and waited for me to speak. My throat felt hot. I told him to stop giving me his number and that this wasn't right. I sounded like I was scolding a kid in the toy aisle. He left in a hurry then, the way people leave when they aren't sure if they're angry or embarrassed. For a week, he didn't come in. I slept without dreaming, and my shoulders loosened. Then he returned on a quiet weekday evening, lights humming and a wet chill on the door every time it opened. He brought a basket with a couple of shirts and a glass candy dish. He set the basket down in front of me and said, in a voice meant to be casual, that he had given me space. I nodded and scanned the price tags, trying to keep my hand steady. He paused after paying, as if remembering a gallon of milk at a gas station. He said he forgot one more thing. I braced for another trinket from a locked case. Instead, he reached into his pocket and placed a compact folding knife on the counter, just at the lip where I usually set the roll of receipt paper. It didn't open. The metal caught the lights and showed a thin line where the blade would be. He set it near the barcode scanner, close enough that the scanner's red line trembled across the closed metal, and asked if I was sure about not going out with him. I stepped back far enough that the scanner cable tugged my wrist. I told him yes. He sighed as if we both had paperwork to finish, pulled out his wallet, paid for the knife, put the knife back in his pocket, and walked out. The receipt printed in one thin ribbon that I didn't tear. It kept spitting out inches of blank white before the machine stopped. I had to put both hands flat on the counter to keep them from shaking. A coworker at the nearby rack glanced over, still laughing at whatever her friend had said, and didn't register my face. When I mouthed help, she mistook it for a joke from across the aisle. I don't know what she thought she saw. I know what I felt. The room stretched long and narrow, the door at the far end small as a painting. I pushed through the swinging door to the stockroom and raised my voice until the manager came out of his office. The back room smelled like dust and citrus cleaner. I stood by the time clock longer than I meant to before knocking on the office door. I told him what happened, quietly, and then not quietly. He listened. Then he did something practical. He told me to clock out early, and he printed the last transaction record, smoothed it on his desk, and made a copy. The parking lot turned out to be its own kind of clock. Closing coworkers told me later that he had waited there some nights, parked near a burned-out light, and idled. They wrote down plate numbers as if they were making a grocery list. On those nights, I kept my tote on the passenger seat, and the long receipt from my last sale in the cup holder, a blank strip I kept meaning to throw away. I didn't walk out at night without someone beside me after that. I kept my keys in my palm. I checked the rear seat, even when I had watched my own car all afternoon through the front windows. After my shift with the knife, I called my mother before I left the building. The sheriff's office at the edge of town was quiet, linoleum with close scenes, a window that made every visitor look like a reflection. We filed a report. I laid out the slips with his name and number that I had kept in a rubber-banded bunch like they were coupons I meant to redeem. The deputy took notes and asked me to go over the timing again. I described the distance he kept, the way he chose my line, and the knife placed like an ordinary item. The deputy thanked me for coming in. That night I slept with the bedside lamp on low and woke up at 5 to the sound of the building's heater starting. For a second I thought it was the printer in the store. A few days later, the deputy called back. They had driven out to an address about 40 minutes east, past where the city drops off into flat fields that go on longer than you expect. They spoke to him. They gave a warning. They said he was married, and that his wife was angry in a way the deputy didn't try to describe. I held the phone against my shoulder and looked at the stack of slips on my dresser. The ink was pressed through to the backing like a mirrored list of the same insistence. He didn't return after that. You get used to the absence of a person, the way you get used to a missing rung on a ladder. You make a different shape with your foot. I quit the store within a month. My manager told me to consider taking a break and coming back later if I wanted. I said I'd think about it and meant it, and then I didn't. I tucked my apron into my bag and checked the register key twice before dropping it in the envelope. The last thing I did there was wipe down my register and empty the little tray that caught torn paper. One of the fortune-sized slips had slid under the rubber lip and curled there. I didn't keep it. I threw it away with the rest. Sometimes, passing a second-hand shop on a different street, I count the seconds between the hum of the lights and the beep of a scanner that isn't there. If the door bumps its frame, I feel for my keys without looking. I finish the count, and then I move on. Evening in that building always felt a little flattened, as if the air had been ironed. The hall carpets held onto old dust, and the parking lot threw a faded glow through the blinds. I rented month to month in a place that looked like a motel with longer leases. A row of doors facing a strip of asphalt that never emptied. The message came from a local number. My name dropped in the first line, with a tone that acted like we had yesterday's conversation to resume. I didn't answer. I took a screenshot and sent it to a friend. She tried to call the number, it rang and went silent. I blocked it, set the phone face down on the counter, and went back to making dinner with the knife that never held an edge for long. I told myself it was a wrong number. Still, I couldn't shake how cleanly my name fit there, spelled right, placed like someone had permission to use it. The thought kept sliding across my attention and then dropping away, the way a loose drawer slides and bumps. I've slept through bigger things. In another apartment in a different year, police woke me at 3 in the morning and asked if I knew a man who'd been trying to get past my door. I said I didn't. I didn't. My neighbor had kept him in the hall long enough for officers to arrive. I remember standing with a blanket at my shoulders while voices argued outside, the cold making my hands clumsy. It ended quickly, and I learned how far sleep could run without me. Here, the blinds had a cracked slat that wouldn't lie flat. The maintenance guy came by with a small box of parts, and that measured way some people have when they kneel, as if the carpet could shift a little under them. He asked if anyone had been throwing things at my window at night. I said no. He said a neighbor had called management and the police about it, and he'd been told to check for damage. He held a new plastic wand against the light to match the length. Near the window frame, the glass showed a shallow crescent where the putty didn't quite meet. I told myself that mark had always been there, something too minor to notice until someone pointed a flashlight at the idea of it. That evening, I tried to read at the small table, but the lines slid in and out of focus. I gave up, cleaned the sink, and tested the wand once the repair was done. The blinds closed with a clean stacked sound. I turned off the overhead light. The room thinned into dark shapes I knew well. The table, the chair with a wobbly leg, the dresser with a shallow drawer that always stuck at the last inch. Outside, a car idled and then moved on. The window held the leftover hum for a beat, like the night was testing its edge and letting go. I put the phone on the dresser and set it to let only favorites through. Screen down. It still felt like a lit object. I told myself I'd done enough, then lay down in a sweatshirt I didn't like anymore because it worked for sleep. One arm out for air. I fall asleep fast and stay there longer than I should. In the dark, the blinds threw a faint pattern on the wall, a tidy ladder of light and shadow that didn't shift unless I did. It calmed me. I followed one pale line to the baseboard and back, the way you trace a seam to settle your hands. Somewhere between sleep and waking, I felt a nudge at the window. It could have been settling. It could have been a pebble. It could have been nothing. I sat up and listened, trying not to count my own breaths. Then I felt foolish for managing the sound of breathing. I stayed in bed and waited for the room to change. A truck dragged its trailer a few streets over. I knew that sound because it always seemed to take the turns wider than it should. It slowed and then carried on. The walls kept their even color. I lay down again and let my eyes lose the pattern. Morning showed a dull scuff on one slat where the repair had left a trace, a small mark from a screwdriver. I ran my thumb over it clean. Coffee took its time, and I checked my phone without looking at the screen first, as if refusing to witness it might control the result. No new messages. Relief arrived small, and then tried to grow too quickly. I put the phone down so it wouldn't learn that trick. I emailed property management about the text, the maintenance question, and the fact that I sleep heavily and might miss what a neighbor hears. They sent a short reply asking me to report anything new. I read it twice. Reading anything twice makes it feel firmer. Late afternoon, I walked down to the corner where the curb breaks and turned onto Colfax Avenue for no reason other than public streets feel like agreements. Cars moved with the ordinary patience of people who already had a destination. Sunlight flattened onto the bus shelter glass until it was just a plane of brightness. I passed pawn shops and a nail salon and a diner with a faded sign. The rhythm of storefronts worked like a shield. Names stacked in rows that had nothing to do with mine. On the way back, I caught my reflection and tried to soften my face into something neighborly. Then I stopped doing that. Any practiced look is also information, and I didn't want to announce I was practicing. That night, I plugged a lamp into an old smart plug and paired it with a small camera, pointed from inside toward the door. If the camera saw motion, the lamp would come on, and the app would send a calm alert sound that only startled if you expected silence. I'm not a systems person, but I liked giving the lamp a new job. While I ate, a branch tapped the siding at intervals, probably wind. I waited for the lamp to blink. It didn't. The blinds laid down their lines. The night pressed and released against the glass like a tide scaled down to the size of a window. I washed the plate, set it in the rack, then tilted it so water wouldn't collect along the rim. When I went to bed, the room found its dim planes again. Phone face down, favorites filter on, lamp dark but ready, the little eye of the camera steady on the door. An ordinary room arranged as if I'd asked it to learn a rule it already knew. Just before sleep took me, my name presented itself like weight at the center of the room. Not spoken. An idea. My name is simple and common, a label that almost anyone could guess. And the quiet simplicity can feel like a target, which isn't reasonable, but thoughts don't owe you that. I woke to morning without alerts, lamplight, or messages. The day had won its case again, as it does when nothing obvious happens. I stood by the window with coffee and checked the new wand. Straight, the slats met each other in a neat line. I found the scuff with my thumbnail and thought I saw a second lighter mark near it. Maybe it had been there yesterday. The glass caught my breath and let it fade. I opened the blinds one notch to see the parking lot, then closed them again, the room returning to its quiet arrangement. Attention is a kind of door. I tried to close it without slamming. I nudged the lamp's cord so it wouldn't show from the hall, and straightened the camera by a finger width. I texted my friend to say I was fine, that the blinds worked, that the new wand clicked in and out the way it should. Late afternoon, returned in its usual angle. It always does. The number stayed blocked. My name stayed mine. The room went on being a room. I kept the lamp where it was and slept with the phone screen down. kept telling myself the city felt small because I walked the same routes. The thought was a lid I could set on the day when it rattled. That's what I said in August when I left the campus store with a notebook and a cheap lamp, and felt a hand settle on my shoulder like I'd forgotten to turn something off at home. I turned and saw Nate smiling, without showing his teeth. He talked about moving, about degrees and new plans, about timing. I said something polite because my body still knew that move stay even. Face open, don't feed a scene. I went home to my place a few blocks off Adams. Not right on the street, but close enough to hear weekend traffic when the windows were open. I pulled the blinds halfway down. The slats made soft laddered shadows on the desk. I stood in them a moment, like I could climb out if I found the pattern. When the fan in the ceiling ticked at intervals, the shadows shifted a notch like a clock I hadn't agreed to read. Then I cleaned out my voicemail and found a folder I didn't know existed. There were messages he'd left after I blocked him. Night stamps, place names, the kind of sentences that perform closeness. He said he was near my mother's place. He said he was outside a place we both knew from school. He said he had a plane to catch and wanted to see me. The dates were scattered across months I couldn't get back. I didn't call back. I didn't answer the next day at the mall either, when I saw him first as a reflection in a kiosk's black glass, and then for real as he sidestepped into my lane like we had planned it. His outline slid over mine in the kiosk glass, then separated as a family pushed between us. I angled behind them, letting their shopping bags become a moving partition, until the walkway widened. He said things about progress, about how he had changed, about what he thought I wanted once. I nodded, because nodding makes people move on. He didn't, but the crowd did. Soft waves of people carrying him out of shape with me. San Diego is large if you think in freeways. Small if you live near your feet. I kept saying that. The next week I skipped a bar night at the last minute and met a friend for coffee. The bar photos went up later, tagged faces under blue light, and someone said they saw him moving through the space like he was hunting for a familiar coat. I shut the app and set the phone face down on the table. The grinder coughed from behind the counter, a brief snarl swallowed by steam, and cups clicked in a neat ordinary rhythm. The cafe speakers were low, a steady hum I could hide inside. Work changed that fall. I left my old job for grad school, and a schedule held together with adjunct shifts and rides on the Rapid. I walked past my former building one afternoon to cut through shade, and saw him behind the front desk in a polo they give new hires. He didn't look out. I took the longer sidewalk around toward the park side of the neighborhood and waited for the light at the busier cross street, counting the seconds as if the pause could make me less visible. For a while there were comments on a blog I kept, posts about books, notes from lectures, nothing personal on purpose. A few showed up with a tone that tried for warmth without saying anything. I didn't connect it then. When I did, it felt like standing up too fast. My cup. He reached out again. He said he was trying to be better. He threw the word therapy into the thread and asked for forgiveness for small things that weren't the shape of what happened. When I pressed, he called his own behavior something easy to say. I told him the name I lived with. He let the message sit and then pivoted. He said he forgave me. For what? I asked. He filled the blank with a word that didn't fit my life. I recognized the move. Make me argue the premise, so I end up inside his frame. Later, he said he'd been hearing from someone close to me. He tried on concern like a coat for bad weather. I called because I needed to hear how a lie sounded in his mouth. Now it sounded like a foot hesitating on a stair, and then committing. He kept the concern and pointed it at my phone, at the idea that it might not be mine anymore. He does that, sets a net that looks like help. I got out of the call and changed my passcodes. I sat on the floor by the bed and made a list of every app that could show where I was without meaning to. I reset passcodes one by one, waited for the two-factor prompts to arrive, and watched old sessions drop off a list until only this phone and my laptop remained. I turned off a handful and deleted a few. The room felt smaller after I took control of it. The window rattled once in a light wind and I almost stood, then didn't. Because reacting to windows is how you never rest. I stayed put. The next message was a confession dressed as weather. He said he loved me like we were in an ordinary conversation. He mentioned my dog. I don't post my dog. I asked how he knew. He took a step sideways and talked about something else. A trick I used to fall into because I wanted to be kind. He asked for my address and then held himself back in the same line, congratulating both of us on boundaries, and then asked again like he was testing the lock. I said it was too personal. He told me he needed my help learning not to ask again. I put the phone down. The following morning, he sent a farewell that sounded like it wanted me to chase it. He called our contact toxic and signed off like a newsletter. I didn't answer. I put the kettle on and waited for the click. In the quiet, I could hear the old building settling, the upstairs neighbor crossing to their sink. Ordinary sound carries you if you let it. This is when the stories get slippery. You adjust your routes. You stop posting in the moment. You keep your head down in aisles with high shelves. You tell yourself every coincidence is just the math of a place with limited patterns. But then you're walking late from a training on how to sit with people in danger without rushing them, and your phone lights up with his name and a sentence that says more about him than it does about you. I slid the phone into a pocket and took a longer route that added 10 minutes and one extra street light. The light had a high wind that only showed up when the night was empty. I started keeping a record, date, time, what was said or seen, where I stood. I put everything in a folder named after something boring. Receipts, taxes, winter. I told a friend and said not to worry in the same breath, because I still don't like being the person who asks for someone to wait while I unlock my door. The friend walked me anyway. At my place, I checked the door latch and the window locks like it was the first time I ever had a room. The dog learned my nerves and pressed against my calf whenever the hallway outside filled with footsteps. He is small, a warm weight with fast breaths. He would sit by the window and watch with a concentration that made the blinds whisper. We went out at different times of day, a new map of small errands. I kept my keys already in my hand at the mat. I don't say threshold in my head. I say the mat, the line, the step. One night near midnight, a car idled on the side street, headlights bent into the living room in two long bars that sat across the rug. I could hear the engine's low pulse. The idle wasn't smooth. It dipped and steadied at uneven intervals, as if someone tapped the pedal to keep a promise alive. The dog lifted his head and then put it down again, which I tried to take as instruction. The bars slid off the rug and up the wall as the wheels turned. I moved to the window and stopped short of the blinds. I listened instead, counting breaths until the sound dissolved. When I finally looked, the street was empty, but the heat from the car lingered in the air when I opened the window for a second. It tasted like metal and something sweet. The next afternoon, I recognized a woman he once called a friend at a place I hadn't been before. It was a narrow room with low wood beams and a chalkboard menu. The kind of place that turns down the lights to make the glassware look braver. She was at the end of the bar, talking with easy hands. I looked down and finished my drink. It's a city. People overlap. This is what I tell myself so I can stay inside a room and not float near the ceiling. Later, a week or two, he showed up there too. He didn't talk to me. He moved through the space like he had a list he kept in his head. I paid my tab and left. On the sidewalk I paused, not to make a point but to let a group pass, and felt watched without evidence. I crossed to the other side and kept to the light. My mother asked if I was sleeping. I said yes because saying no is an invitation. Sleep is math too. Enough quiet multiplied by enough ordinary days. I built small equations, tea at night, laundry folded, a show about houses where the only stakes are whether someone chooses tile or wood. I stacked warm towels in a square, felt the edge corner heat leave my hands, and let that small loss stand in for a kind of peace. The dog learned the sound of the show's theme music and put his chin on my knee right after the second chord. The dog is the better part of my day. The last note I opened framed boundary setting as a lesson I could deliver, as if instruction were the missing piece. I put the phone on the table and went to the sink. The faucet made a steady rope of water. I washed a plate and a cup and a bowl, naming each. I dried them and put them away. When I came back to the table, the phone had darkened itself and held its breath. I didn't write him again. I wrote the record instead, adding a note about the time, the way light bends when a car turns at the corner by my building, the way I had started to hear the street before I saw it. The page held the lines like a window screen, letting air through and keeping what mattered in. A week passed without a sighting, then two. Walking home one evening, I stopped at a long, fast arterial where the signals take their time, and felt a presence at my left shoulder that wasn't a touch. I didn't turn my head. The walk sign changed, and whoever it was waited so that I stepped off alone. Not a miracle, not the end, just a small measured space that belonged to me. I keep my notes, I check my locks. I tell two people where I'm going when I'm out late. I don't give out my address, not to someone trying to frame the ask as growth. I still catch myself rehearsing answers to questions he hadn't asked aloud. In those moments, I put the kettle on, and I listen for the click. I grew up in a brick duplex a few blocks from the light rail, just off a busy commercial strip where buses sighed at the curb and storefront glass kept a low rattle when trucks passed. Traffic ran like a river that never slept, and the apartment's windows trembled just enough to make picture frames lean crooked over time. My mother liked how many people were around. She said a crowd can be its own kind of fence. There was a little green across from our building, 2 benches, a patch of crabgrass, a clamped metal fountain that coughed water in a tin taste. I wasn't allowed there alone. When I was 6, my mother relented if I stayed with Tyrell, who lived above the laundromat with his 2 younger sisters. He knew how to look both ways and how to say no. That was enough for her. One afternoon, a man came with a boy and stood close to where we tied our jackets to the fence. He was older than the usual parents and kept his hands in his pockets like it was still winter. He asked if the boy could play. Tyrell said yes. We ran around the benches and trees, and the man took his place like any other tired adult, except he joined the chase and let himself be tagged. I hid by the city tree that hadn't figured out how to grow straight. The bark held a scent like a damp cutting board. The man slid into the narrow shade beside me and said in a low voice that this spot wasn't as clever as I thought. I didn't know what to say, so I smiled. When Tyrell's steps came near, the man lifted me the way a parent scoops a kid to carry them across a puddle. His hand pressed my mouth, not hard but close, and he breathed against my ear that we should keep quiet to win. I remember the warmth more than the words. We were found anyway. The moment passed, thin as paper, and I didn't mention it to my mother. The boy kept coming to play, and after a week she said it was good an adult was nearby. He kept orbit. He knew how to wave without being first to wave. I thought of him as one of those neighborhood fixtures you notice by their absence more than their presence. The busker who stopped playing one winter and never came back. The yellow umbrella that used to sit outside the deli no matter the weather. When the boy stopped appearing and the man disappeared with him, the green went back to being patchy grass under traffic noise. Years carried me forward. In early high school, I saw him at the bus stop on a main east-west avenue. I raised my hand, but he didn't look up. A few days later, he did, and we all made that small talk that fills public places. He asked about school, and my mother mentioned how fast kids grow, which sounded like both a compliment and a warning. His questions began to lean. He asked if I was seeing anyone, and then asked other things meant for doctors and not for bus shelters. I felt my face go hot. After I told my father, the conversation stopped because my father said there would be no more. The summer I ran before sunrise. The city emptied in a way that made small sounds travel far. Shoes on the pavement rang. Birds were louder than trucks. I took the bicycle path west, kept going until curbs dissolved into ditch grass, and the air tasted like field dust. Out past the neighborhoods, I stopped at a trailhead spigot bolted to a post. The water hit the back of my throat with a coin taste, and the air felt pressed in around me, as if the trees had leaned closer. When I bent for another drink, I knew someone stood behind me by the sudden change in the space. Not a sound, but the sense that the air had been rerouted around a body. Fabric brushed my shoulder. I straightened, it was him. I stepped to go and he caught my upper arm. When I pulled in breath to shout, His palm covered my mouth the way it had years earlier, like we were still playing a game. Another runner came into view, slowed and asked if everything was okay. The man let go and walked away without looking back. The other runner stayed with me until my hand stopped shaking. We filed a report. For a while after, nothing happened the way nothing happens after a storm, when you keep waiting for one more strike. Then letters came with no return address, written in a language we didn't speak and translated by a neighbor who shouldn't have had to read those words out loud. I learned how phrases can be arranged to make ordinary nouns feel wrong in your mouth. We taped one envelope to the fridge so we'd remember the postmark pattern. We talked about moving like it was a math problem we could solve if we kept the numbers still long enough. When a young man knocked one evening and told my mother about an agency renting cheap apartments, we listened. He was close to my age, tidy beard, sneakers that were too clean for someone who walked much. He said he'd heard from a neighbor that we needed to move and had a place near a creek if we wanted to look. We went 2 days later. The apartment had soft light and a square of sky, through a skylight. We moved because the rent matched what we could do, and because we were tired of being found at the same door. After boxes and the first pizza on the floor, he came back at an hour when my parents were out, and this time he said he was there to check on me, not the lease. He said my name like it was already familiar to him. We started talking, then talking more. He had a way of being available, like he could turn up without having to arrange much. We met every day, sometimes twice, in places that felt safe to me because they were busy. He liked to take pictures. At first it was his phone held low, candid shots at bus windows and bakery glass, and he'd show them to me with a self-conscious shrug as if showing me proof that moments had happened. When we sat by the cafe window, the HVAC kicked on in steady bursts, and he timed a few shots with the fans rise and fall like he wanted the pictures to breathe. The first time I went to his apartment, I told my mother I was out with friends. We ate noodles from cartons and watched a show that everyone watched. When he went to shower, I wandered the room the way you do when you're curious about someone's life. Drawers were full of t-shirts and stacks of mail. Under the bed, I found a small green box. Inside were printed photos of me, not the ones I knew about. The door opened and he came in, water still in his hair. He asked what I'd found, took the box and said he loved images because they made time stay long enough to look. He said he hid them because he didn't want to seem strange. He placed the box back under the bed and kissed the top of my head. I believed him because he said it like he believed himself. I stayed that night. In the morning, he was gone to work and had left a note on the counter about lunch. The green box wasn't in its place. I searched without a plan and found it under the kitchen sink, behind cleaning bottles that made the air sharp. Inside were prints I hadn't seen. My face slack with sleep, shoulder turned toward a dull square of window, the curtain lifting at intervals with the vents cycle as if the room were nodding. The night smelled different all at once, like a scent you only notice after it's gone. I texted 2 friends, and we all agreed it was weird, and then we all said maybe he was just a romantic, the way we were taught to say when we didn't have a better word. He lost his job and it was like the air in his apartment thinned. He snapped and softened, and each apology came with a new care. A favorite sandwich, a picture printed in black and white, music turned low and slow. Once, when he didn't like a photo I posted, he struck me open-handed, and the sound made me colder than the feeling. I locked myself in the bathroom and sat on the closed lid of the toilet, listening to the fan cut in and out. He talked through the door until his voice was only breath. I opened the door. I didn't know how to do anything else. When I was cleaning one day, I found a wallet tucked into the lining of a jacket he said he didn't wear. The ID inside had a name I didn't know. He said a lot of people call him by something easier. We fought and stopped talking for a week. He called until my phone filled with missed calls that made a pattern by their own insistence. I went back how you walk a route you've walked before when you're tired. Living with him happened without ceremony. My father told me to choose, and I did, as if choices are a single moment and not a series of small leanings. He accounted for me. He picked up my phone and scrolled like he was checking the weather. He took pictures when I was tying my shoes and when I was looking into cupboards. and when I didn't think there was anything to see. He said having pictures made him calm. When he found a new job, his relief came out as gentleness, so sudden it made me cry. The day the pattern broke was a day like any other. Laundry in a blue basket, a window propped with a paperback. In a drawer, beneath a manila envelope, I found documents with a signature I recognized from the ID, and a second signature beneath it, the loops similar but heavier. There were forms that made relationships into boxes to tick. I saw a name from years earlier, like you see a face in a crowd before you admit it's familiar. My tongue went dry. The room went still in the wrong way. I put the papers back, but my hands shook, so the edges didn't line up. I packed a small bag and stowed it under the bed, and when the lock turned in the front door, I kicked my sandals off and sat at the counter with a glass of water like I'd been there all along. He set his keys down, then stood for a moment, the kind of pause that meant nothing had gone wrong yet. The keys slid on the counter and made a flat ringing that felt too bright for the room. I told him about my day. I asked about his. He talked in a tone so ordinary it made my teeth ache. We ate. We watched cars move past the window. I brushed my teeth and lay in bed, and did not close my eyes. When he left for work in the morning, I pulled the bag free and went out through the service door that opened to the alley. I walked to the bus stop and sat without looking around. The bus came. I went home, meaning my first home, and my parents took me to a neighborhood precinct off a main east-west arterial, the kind of building with a flag out front and a lobby that smelled like copy paper. I told a woman with a soft voice what I knew, and what I thought I knew, and where those two parted. Officers found him where he said he would be, and found the other man who signed those papers. I asked not to be told what happened to them afterward. I didn't want my days anchored to the outcomes of rooms I would never see. An officer handed me an envelope to keep for the record. She said I didn't have to read it, but it was mine if I wanted it. The pages were lined in small writing that got smaller, then steadier, like a hand practicing itself into calm. He apologized for things and explained other things and named the way someone had drawn a path for him a long time ago and kept his feet on it. He wrote about pictures taped to a wall and the way it feels to look at the same face until your memory makes it into something that looks back. He signed with a name I had known and another I hadn't. The last line was about what love becomes if you decide it is one thing and repeat it until you can't hear anything else. I put the letter in a plain folder and stored it in the back of the hall closet, behind old winter scarves and the board game with pieces missing. Every so often, when the furnace started, the closet door eased against the jamb by itself. A small adjustment I felt in my chest before I heard the wood touch. I started running again, but later in the day with other runners and dogs and strollers taking up space. I kept to the louder hours. Noise helped. I learned the trail by sound bikes, chiming. Water under the bridge like fabric shaken out. I kept a small disposable camera in my bag and took pictures of nothing much. A dented guardrail, a cornflower weed that came up through a crack, a bus stop ad peeled at one corner. I turned the prints face down in a shoebox and wrote dates on the back so they'd be useful if I needed them to be. The windows in our new apartment were tight in their frames. They didn't hum when trucks passed. I leveled the picture frames and left them that way, and when one leaned after a month, I didn't fix it. I measured time by the sound of the ice maker and the kettle. In the evenings, if I stepped out to the balcony, I could see a sliver of a highway and the red taillights making a ribbon. I pressed a fingertip to the balcony door latch and felt the spring give, the same small resistance as always. In the kitchen, the ice maker dropped a handful into the tray, and the sound was enough to mark the hour. Then I went back in and slid the door closed with 2 fingers on the latch until it clicked home. The copy shop smelled faintly of warm plastic and paper dust, and some afternoons the laminator breathed like a tired animal. That's where he used to stop in and talk, where I told myself we were only ever friends at first. That part was true. We'd known each other since high school and drifted into the same circles after. I thought I knew his temper better than anyone. I was wrong, but that came later. I changed before we tried dating. I'd quit the late nights and the white noise habits that made mornings feel like rolling a boulder uphill. I liked that version of myself enough to make a move. The first months were easy, like a routine you don't notice you're practicing. Then he started snapping at small things, the way a text sounded, a delay in answering, and the air went thin. I would step back, say we could fix the problem instead of fighting each other, and watch his mood close a door I couldn't open. When he got angry, it settled over the room like heat you can't see. It never looked like a movie scene. He would block a hallway with the kind of patience that feels like force. He'd take a step toward me until there was nowhere else to go but stillness. The first time he shoved me, it was against the kitchen counter, right at the edge with a chip shaped like a half moon. I remember thinking the chip had always been there, and now it would be a marker like a knot in a tree you could touch years later and still feel what was pressed into it. I told myself he was having a bad week. I told myself I hadn't learned how to meet him in the right way. That kind of thinking is a soft chair. It lets you sit too long. We lasted more than a year like that. People like to say no one leaves because they don't want to be alone. It wasn't that for me. It was the story of him, the nice guy who finally got the girl, and it had a tidy cover. I kept trying to stay inside. Meanwhile, our phones were short bridges to other people, and sometimes we crossed them just to see if there was still air out there. I didn't hide anything. It wasn't carelessness, it was fatigue, the kind that makes you stop curating your own life. Winter had settled in, the kind of dry cold that makes every surface harder. After a night out with friends, he drove back in a silence that was worse than yelling. He said I'd been flirting. I said I hadn't. He parked outside his place and went even quieter, as if sound itself was a dare. When I got out, he took my wrist and steered me toward the porch, then pressed his forearm across my shoulders. Not hard enough to bruise, just hard enough to say he could do more. My breath fogged and vanished as if I was the thing disappearing. The porch light was one of those bulbs that never dies all the way. It clicked, then hummed, a thin vibration that seemed to get into my teeth. He said I was nothing. He said I made him this way. The words dropped like coins down a vent, clinking until they slipped out of hearing, and then I stood still and let the hum swallow them. The next morning I woke on his couch under a blanket I didn't recognize, with a taste like old copper I couldn't place. Nothing dramatic had happened in the night. That's what I told myself because it was easier to file it that way. One more page in a binder you don't want to open. I went home. I put the blanket in a bag and left it in the trunk of my car, like weather I didn't want in the house. After that, he kept orbiting. He'd show up near the shop and lean on the hood of his car, the way you lean into a joke that hasn't landed yet. When I tried to pull away, he found other ways to sit in the room without being seen. My social accounts started acting like they were learning a trick without me. Photos shifted in order. A message I knew I hadn't read was suddenly marked as if I'd answered it with my eyes. On one platform, there's a map that shows where you've logged in. I clicked it and felt my stomach climb into my throat. There were pins at my apartment, at the shop off Colfax, and at a third place that lined up with his street. I told a friend. I told myself it could be a glitch. The pins didn't blink or move. They just stayed there. Small glass heads sunk into a cork map I couldn't pull off the wall. New Year's morning, something appeared and vanished before I could measure it. A photo of me I hadn't posted. It flickered on my profile and then was gone. He messaged people to say he was sorry and drunk, the digital equivalent of wiping up a spill and leaving the floor sticky. I took screenshots as if I were building a raft out of paper. At the precinct, they told me it could be me trying to set someone up. The officer said it like a policy line he'd set in 100 rooms. I mentioned device types, locations, lists of times, but my voice sounded far away even to me, like I was calling from a stairwell with the door just barely propped. I started changing the ordinary routes. I parked on the next block and crossed Colfax at the light near the diner, and I didn't tell anyone I was going home until I was already inside. I carried my keys between my fingers because that's one of those things people tell you to do, though I'm not sure it changes anything except the shape of your hand. He reached out once crying in a park, and I agreed to talk where there were people. He said that if I stopped talking, he'd hurt himself. I looked at the pond where a thin skin of ice had formed along the edges. and thought about how winter does that, how it puts a sheen on the obvious until you decide not to trust it and step back. A few weeks later, I noticed messages gone from an old account. I thought it was me at first. Nights I didn't remember clearly, but the pattern was too clean, the kind a person makes when he wants a surface to reflect only his outline. He created a fake profile and a family name and waved from it the way relatives do, expecting a door to open. I let it in, and then I shut everything down. It felt like turning off lights in an unfamiliar house, room by room, the dark catching up to your shoulder as you move. I told my mother enough that she cried and said she wished she'd seen it sooner. He had slept under our roof one summer when he was out of options. He'd eaten at our table. We called it kindness then. After the night on the porch, after the map of pins, that kindness felt like a heavy blanket left at the bottom of a closet. People think the worst part of being watched is the moments you see it happen. For me, it was the hours when nothing moved. Sitting in the copy shop with the laminator's low breath and a stack of flyers that needed trimming, and the door did not open, and my phone did not light, and still my shoulders held themselves the way you hold a secret in your mouth, tongue against teeth. I made a rule: no meeting alone, no rides home that weren't mine. Every week I reset the passwords from a library computer on Broadway with a screen that flickered at the edges. I opened a new email I didn't tell anyone about. I called my phone carrier and put a note on the account that said in-person changes only. Small measures, nothing cinematic, but they changed the air in little ways, like a room where the windows had finally been latched. In February, a package showed up on my stoop. No return label. Inside was a cheap glass lamp, the kind you'd find at a thrift store, the kind with a pull chain that clicks and then hums. No note. I knew whose hands had chosen it. I took it inside and set it on the counter with the half-moon chip. When I pulled the chain, the bulb lit and settled into that thin, teeth-aching vibration. I imagined a different apartment in a different city, where a lamp like that would just be a lamp. Then I unplugged it and carried it to the dumpster behind the building, the one that always smelled like wet cardboard. On the way, I looked up and down the alley. Nothing moved. The afternoon held one long breath. I didn't file anything new with the precinct that day. I didn't call anyone at the shop. I went back inside and washed a sink full of mugs. The water ran hot, and the steam made the window look like the beginning of a fogged-over mirror. I traced a circle with one finger and watched it close again. Some nights I still hear a humming that may not exist, the shape of a sound without its body, and I reach for the lamp that isn't there. I remember the air in that house more than the paint colors, thin in some rooms, heavier in others, as if the hours themselves moved it around. I was 8 the year the phones learned our names. We lived in a small rented place in Sacramento. My mom, my sister, and me. Nights were never just nights. Sometimes the phone would ring and nothing came after the hello. Sometimes there was breath, dragged and set down like something heavy. Sometimes there were words that made Mom's hand shake while she reached for a pen she never used. The calls didn't keep a pattern. They would come hard for weeks and then vanish. When they disappeared, the quiet felt like a trick. I learned what my mother sounded like when her jaw held all the fear for the rest of her body. I learned that certain hours had their own temperature. You could feel it before you saw the clock. That winter had a set of weak storms, a dampness that lived in the curtains. The house was the kind with a narrow hallway and hollow doors that clicked instead of closed. My sister slept in a small bed under a poster of a cartoon park. I slept near the window that stuck when you tried to shift the frame. On that night, I woke to my sister beside me, whispering that she wanted in. She climbed under the blanket and pressed her feet against my calves. She said she'd seen someone by the window. She said it like she was telling me something ordinary, a fact about the room. I told her to stay. Then I told her we should go to Mom's room. It took us only a few seconds to scramble, but it felt like stepping through thick air. We crossed the hall and slid under our mother's blanket. The three of us, a small bundle at the foot of the dresser that had one drawer that never closed right. Sleep came like a held breath, finally let go. Morning made the walls honest. A thin slip of cool air came through the bathroom latch, carrying that chalky smell, Old paint gets when it's been scraped. The sill felt gritty when I touched it, a fine dust that wasn't there the day before. The window was open a little at the latch. The paint had marks that hadn't lived there yesterday. My mother's eyes went to the topmost smudge, and then followed the line down the wall, over the toilet tank, in a slow descent that changed the set of her mouth. I watched her attention move before I understood why it moved that way. The mirror held a faint haze that didn't belong to us. The vanity drawer where she kept a few small things was off its track, and bottles were out of place. She reached for one and didn't touch it. In her bedroom, 2 drawers in the dresser were open by the width of a hand. Clothing had been moved and not put back the way she did it. In the living room, the blanket on the couch had been drawn up and dropped again, not in our style. In the kitchen, there was space on the counter where a box had been, and an empty bottle stood by itself next to the sink. We traced small disturbances from room to room, not in a straight line, but like someone moving on familiar errands and forgetting to put anything back. My mother called the police with the flat voice she used when she couldn't afford to feel anything. The patrol car arrived fast. Yellow tape went up over damp grass, and the little gate that stuck. When the first officer stepped inside, the radio on his shoulder whispered and then went quiet. The house seemed to mimic him. Detectives went straight to the rooms that mattered, and to rooms I hadn't thought mattered. They paid attention to the kitchen, the bathroom, the remote on the coffee table, the couch surfaces that confessed a little, if you asked them right. One of them switched on the television and asked my mother about the channel. She said no. That small no sat in the air like dust. They told her someone had been comfortable inside our home, while we slept in a bed a few feet from the open drawers. They said the risk now lived in the routine. We should arrange new keys somewhere else and speak with the landlord that afternoon, not next week. They avoided labels and stuck to what could keep us safe. My mother packed in straight lines, like a person trying to remember the order of operations. The tape fluttered in the cold air as we carried bags past it. Mom kept looking at the bathroom window when she passed the hall, as if it might answer something. I won't name the block. The distance is enough. Mom signed whatever papers were put in front of her and left the rest for later. We handed back a set of keys that felt too light. We moved north within the week, a town with actual winter, and people who knew my mother from before she was anyone's target. The phone settled for a while. Years stacked themselves and felt solid. The quiet learned to put on a better disguise. By the time I was in high school, my mother had a new last name, and a desk at an office not far from Main Street. One afternoon, the receptionist told her someone insisted on speaking to her. Later, Mom repeated the shape of that call to me without the words. Just the facts, the breathing, the knowledge, the way the voice could lift names out of our life and hold them up like proof. The way it mentioned a weekend that had not yet happened and where everyone would be for it. The way it ended without a farewell. Law enforcement came with their hands full of procedure. Over time, different offices called and a tech wrapped a small box around our phone line. The tape they used made a soft crackle, ordinary and careful, the sound of people doing a job without promises. A state line of agencies got involved. The device stayed. The call came just once while the line was being watched. Someone used a payphone somewhere and then let go of us again. Records had gone thin in the years when people thought that was the way to tidy up old cases. A detective explained a policy that was changing because it had been wrong. He drove an hour to say it without hiding behind a letter. My mother listened and nodded, and kept her anger inside the fold of her arms. The calls didn't disappear. They learned new intervals. The last one came in the early morning, an hour you can only reach by accident or habit. My mother answered because she still believed in finishing a thing. She listened, hung up, and called the police, and they took it down in a way that made the event feel like a note in a long song. By then, the news had given a name to a person who had lived inside lots of people's lives without being invited. Everyone said certain cases might be closed now, but not all of them would line up neatly with what you could prove. My mother said we would never know if it was the same man. She was careful with that sentence. It fit the shape of our experience. I went to see the old Sacramento block once as an adult. Not close, just a slow drive past a street that felt like a photograph. I parked near a strip of grass where a dog walker tried to keep a plastic bag from turning inside out. The trees were larger. The houses had new paint in colors that weren't around back then. Stood on the sidewalk and looked toward where our bathroom would have been. Nothing in the air said anything, but I felt the familiar dip in temperature that belonged to certain hours. It was mid-afternoon. The light was thin anyway. That night I lay in my own bed, 2 cities and years away from that house, and got up to check my windows even though I had already checked them. I put my palm against the latch to feel the metal. I pressed 2 fingers into the paint near the sill and pulled them away clean. In the morning, a faint oval marked the place where I had touched it. Harmless, ordinary oil from my hand. Still, when I noticed it, all the quiet in the room felt like it was making room for something else. I wiped the spot with the side of my sleeve and told myself it was nothing. Then I checked the locks again. The house held its breath and exhaled like a person trying not to wake anyone. I have learned to live with what doesn't declare itself. When the phone rang at a strange hour, I let it go on until it stopped. Most nights it never rang. Most mornings the paint was smooth. The mind can make a house out of an interval. The mind can learn to love the ordinary, which is another word for relief. On certain days the air in the hallway cools without help from the vent, and I add a line just to have something to cross out. I keep a list now, not of names, but of small maintenance tasks. Change the batteries in the smoke alarm. Oil the hinge on the back door. Replace the strip on the bathroom window so it seals. The list calmed me, because it had answers. I finished 1 line, crossed it out, and let the room return to being just a room. The hours after 2 still had their own weather, and I let them pass through the rooms without asking what they wanted. I opened the cafe at 6, when the street outside was still more delivery vans than people, and the air smelled faintly like wet cardboard. The front door had a narrow pane of glass at eye level. Before sunrise, it showed more reflection than street. My face nested with the crosswalk lines like overlays. In that slow first hour, my hands remembered where to reach. The timer on the espresso machine, the little scoop for the ice, the latch on the pastry case that stuck when it was humid. Back then, a man in a wool cap would come in on weekdays. He was in his 70s, I guessed, but he moved like someone who had trained his body to sit for long hours. A writer's posture, shoulders rounding, neck craned toward the menu, even though he ordered the same thing every time. He asked for a glass of white and a bag of chips. I explained we could serve wine after 10 with food, and he nodded and changed the order to coffee and chips. An adjustment he made seemed like an old joke. He had the patient air of someone who had been an expert at something. It came out later that he had taught history, then wrote about horses. He spoke about tracks and odds the way people talk about weather they can read. He also told me, like a fact to set on the counter, that he had prostate cancer. He said it plainly, as if it were part of his name. After that, I found myself refilling his water without being asked, unwrapping the straw, taking the noise out of the morning for him. I was 28 and thought that attention offered gently was neutral. It made the hour pass. It didn't cost me anything. We changed the decor in spring. A new owner painted the walls, swapped the chalkboard for printed menus, renamed the sandwiches after neighborhoods. I left the cafe and started at a bookstore 6 blocks away on First Avenue, where the floorboards clicked in uneven places, and the bell on the door was a clean chime instead of a dull rattle. On my first Friday there, my partner met me after my shift. We were deciding between tacos or dumplings when the wool cap man appeared on the sidewalk, as if pulled up by the same thread that ran through my morning routine and now through my evening. He smiled, introduced himself, mentioned the horses again. I felt a tightness I ignored because I don't like to be rude in front of someone I love. We all had one drink in a bar near the market, where you can see ferries come and go like slow thoughts. He did most of the talking. It felt like an errand that had been added to the list, and then completed. The next week, after my lunch break, my phone lit up with a message from an unfamiliar number. He was surprised by the strength of his feelings. I was surprised too, which is another way to say I had mistaken the shape of what was happening. I did not respond. I put the phone face down in the drawer under the register next to the spare bookmarks and a roll of tape. The chime on the bookstore door punctured the hour. I rang up a book on lighthouses for a tourist and a used paperback for a regular who never made eye contact. The phone vibrated again, and then again. The day learned a new rhythm that I didn't ask for. I tried to make my silence the whole sentence. Days passed. He kept writing. It was never violent. Not exactly. It had a steady gentleness. The kind of polite pressure that doesn't loosen when you ignore it. My partner suggested blocking the number. I said I had, and then I did, and then new numbers found me. Each one introduced itself with a different arrangement of the same words. He liked old films. He missed our conversations about the difference between what people remember and what happened. He walked by the bookstore sometimes and thought of saying hello, but wouldn't. He said he respected boundaries, and then sent more. The weather turned. The market smelled like fish and warm rain. During a thunderstorm that didn't deliver, I found a handwritten letter folded into the cash drawer, slipped under the till tape. It was on crisp paper, the kind you buy in a stationery shop where the clerk wears a vest. He had brought it in when I was on a break, the manager told me, and because we log anything addressed to staff, he marked it with the date and tucked it in the bin we use for misrouted holds. The letter tried to be light and failed at it. It mentioned his health again. It referred to surprise, as if naming the emotion simplified its shape. I put the letter in the back office with the box of lost and found gloves. I didn't reply. I took time off for a family visit that turned into a week. I imagined the hour without me smoothing itself out, the bell on the door balancing its own chime. When I came back, there was a package with my name in careful script. It had weight to it like an old book or a stack of paper. The manager said a man had left it with a note, and that he'd seemed pleasant and refused help carrying it in. And wasn't it nice when people wrote letters? He logged it next to our standard no personal packages note and set it aside behind the counter, the way we do when something arrives with a name but no order number. The note was brief. He had written a short story he planned to submit for a prize. I would, he wrote, recognize myself. That sentence turned the floor under me into something that could move. A story takes your place and puts it in another room. It makes a copy that crowds you. I opened the package on the break table, a surface pocked by coffee rings and the scar of a box cutter. The manuscript had a title that was a pun, and a photograph on the first page of a racetrack from years ago. There was a character who worked mornings in a cafe. She had a partner whose name rhymed with mine. She had a habit of tapping a pen cap against her thumbnail when she was thinking. I stared at the line with the pen cap. I do that. I had never told him. I could have done it once in front of him without noticing. The story had smoothed the edges off me, and then drawn them back with a heavier pencil. I turned a few pages and stopped with my thumb pressed to the margin. The toner left a faint grit on the pad of my finger, like proof that the page had been made for my hand. The room felt too neat, the fluorescent lights too bright. The primary sound in the bookstore is the shuffle of jacket fabric and the lift and set of books. At intervals, the bell cut in and out, a measured chime that seemed to divide the hour into smaller hours. That afternoon, everything sounded like it had been arranged to draw a straight line to the bell, as if the bell were a blade cutting time into narrow slices. I put the story back in the envelope and sealed the flap with the heel of my hand. I took the stepladder from beside the gift wrap. From the second rung, I reached past the tissue stacks and slid the envelope flat against the back panel. I told my manager the package was personal, and that I would handle it, and he nodded and didn't ask questions, because we were busy and you have to decide which stories to carry at the front of your mind to get through a day. I tried to live inside smaller tasks. I re-alphabetized a shelf that had drifted when customers tucked books back in the wrong places. Atwood, Austen, Baldwin. It felt like honesty to deal in spines and alphabet, to handle other people's stories instead of the one walking around with my name on it. I found a note someone had left inside a copy of a novel with a lighthouse on the cover. It was just a list of groceries and the word remember in all caps. I wanted to trade my envelope for that one. I wanted the weight of my package to be a bag of apples. That night, I asked my partner to meet me on the sidewalk after my shift. We walked up toward Belltown, then back down past the gum wall, where everything that sticks is framed as a joke. I told them about the story. I told them about the pen cap detail. We stopped under a bus shelter that hummed faintly like an instrument out of tune. My partner said we should tell the manager and keep the envelope out of reach. We should email the store owner. We should tell someone official if he kept coming. Their voice was steady. I felt a stubborn pride fight with a sliver of shame, as if I had invited something by handing someone water. I began to notice where the glass was. The cafe door had had that narrow pane. The bookstore had a full glass front. I watched the reflections instead of the street, the way a person becomes a ghost on the surface before they appear. Sometimes I thought I saw his cat move by without stopping. Sometimes I didn't see him at all, and the relief felt exactly like Fear's cousin. Both of them living in the same room and switching chairs. A regular who always asked me for essays about work came in and asked whether we had anything new on attention. I led her to the table with the new nonfiction and talked about the difference between deep focus and mere stamina. While I was speaking, the bell rang and a shape crossed the reflection. I didn't turn. I finished what I was saying, then pretended to check the shelf under the table so I could look through the gap between the books. The shape had already passed. The regular thanked me and left with a slim book whose cover showed a hand reaching toward a pull chain. Days later, a smaller envelope arrived, addressed to the store, not to me. After we posted the workplace boundary note, a smaller envelope still found the store addressed to the counter, not to me, as if changing the line on paper could move the line in a mind. Inside was a postcard from a track in Kentucky, the image bleached by too much light exposure. He had written about drafts and edits, and the way a story becomes truer with each pass. He said the prize submission window would close at the end of the month. He hoped I would wish him luck. The way he wrote luck felt like counterfeit money, the right shape on the outside with no weight in the center. I brought the postcard to the back office and set it beside the register tape. I decided to respond once, on paper, to the store address, without giving mine. I said that any future letters, packages, or visits would be unwelcome. I said to send nothing more to my workplace. I didn't mention the pen cap. I didn't explain the difference between telling someone you are sick and asking them to hold your story for you. I walked down to the corner postbox on 2nd Avenue and dropped the letter into the slot. The metal clanged in a way that felt like the end of something small, a door closing on a tiny room inside a larger one that remained open. He didn't come in after that. The text stopped, or maybe the numbers ran out. The bell on the bookstore door returned to its old rhythm, but objects learned to look back from the ladder. I felt its presence the way you feel a book you're not reaching for, mass without touch. Corners waiting. I left the tissue paper and climbed down. When I went up the ladder to fetch tissue paper for a gift wrap, I felt the packet near my shoulder like a person standing too close on an empty bus. I didn't touch it. I never opened it again. One evening near closing, a customer knocked gently on the locked glass while I was counting the till. The sun had flattened to a white line along the awnings. I shook my head and pointed to the hours sign, then held up my palm, a small apology. The glass held my outline and the street behind it, layered and pale. I went back to the register, took out a pen, and realized I had my thumbnail between my teeth. I put my hand down and finished the count. I set the float, capped the pen, and let the quiet sit where the bell usually lived. I remember the way the night air felt on my forearms when I cracked the window, a thin, stale stream that kept me awake without really waking me. I drove west through the panhandle in a tired car that hummed like a fish tank. The dashboard light bruised my hands a dull purple while the interstate unspooled without a bend. Headlights made a long cone of private weather. I sang under my breath to keep myself awake and tasted the dry smell of the heater. I was 22 and too sure that wanting something hard enough would teach the world to deliver it. We had been trading messages for weeks. He had a way of stacking anecdotes like a card tower. He knew people, he'd done things. Every sentence seemed to balance on the back of another dazzling sentence. I believed the pattern more than the pieces. It felt like momentum. In the morning, I parked in front of a motel near a small airport off a main road people use for errands and flights. The kind of in-between place no one remembers by name. Static ticked in the radio, and the wind pushed grit along the blacktop. He was taller than I expected, with a clean shirt and flat eyes. We bought gas station coffee. Later, there was a mattress and air that smelled like dryer sheets, and the vague relief of doing exactly what I had promised myself. He said things I didn't have to answer. I slept without dreams for 2 hours. Then it was already time to go. On the drive back, the sun sat low and mean, and the car shook when semis passed. I caught my reflection in the rear view and didn't recognize the slumped posture. I decided not to decide. I reminded myself that it was too early to throw away the weeks we'd spent staying up late and telling sanitized truths. A day later, my phone lit up with a message long enough to need scrolling. He'd decided I had deceived him about what. He didn't specify. He cited appearances, the way a person can accuse without naming the claim. Then he added other words, shorter ones, meant to stick. I wrote back in careful sentences about patience and fairness, and he agreed for the afternoon. Then he switched and pressed again. The rhythm turned weird. Bright apology, sudden heat, another apology, like windshield wipers set to the wrong speed. When I started folding distance back into my life, work, rent, a soft routine, he ramped up, numbers I didn't recognize, emails that insisted on their own importance. 3 profiles made for everyone I blocked. I could feel the broad outline of the person behind them, always stepping just to my left. I moved in with a friend who was redoing her kitchen. For 3 months, my coffee tasted faintly of sawdust, and we laundry-pinned blue painter's tape along the floor to mark where the island would go. It was closer by an hour to where he lived, though I told myself that meant nothing. I met someone local, careful and kind, who checked the air in my tires and didn't mind when I kept glancing at my phone. We went to the county fair and ate fried dough that left sugar on our sleeves. By then the posts had started, sites I'd never seen before, built for people who like to point. My name under a title, a paragraph in a voice like mine but pinched. It was my face next to words that belonged to no one. He had posted the city I worked in, the make of my car, the first 8 digits of my phone number. It was not a threat. Exactly. It was a hint you could trip over. We filed a police report at a precinct on University Avenue. The fluorescent light made my hands look chalky. An officer wrote my account in a slow block print and nodded in the pauses. I brought printouts with visible timestamps and email headers, and the officer asked me to staple them in order. The copies looked pale, like they'd already started fading. My boyfriend stood beside me, not touching, a space standing open between our elbows. We left with a case number on a narrow receipt that curled when I set it down. The harassment had a tempo by then. He would surge and go quiet. He would try an alias and then another. He would post something almost actionable and then slide one word to keep it on the wrong side of the line. I bought a 3-hole punch at Staples and started a binder. The first page had a table of contents and the kind of underlines you make when you want to believe order. Keeps harm small. My boyfriend called it our lighthouse. The binder grew thick enough to slap when you set it down. The inside pockets bloomed with printed emails and screenshots. We kept it on the top shelf of the hall closet beside the winter blankets, as if it were another way to stay warm. A friend of a friend who sang on Thursday nights introduced me to a lawyer who was good at listening. We tried for a protective order. In the courtroom, I learned how a room can smell like paper. The judge asked measured questions and drew a neat line between what had happened and what could happen, as if futures behave. 4 states, he said, drawing a neat line. I said less than a 2-hour flight. The words felt small once they were said. Denied. I told myself I would keep watching, then learned how watching can hollow you out. I stopped tracking every copied post and let the binder hold its breath on the shelf. A woman messaged, said she was his sister. Sorry. 2 others reached out exes, I guessed, invited me to a group where we compared the shapes of our stories and found they were all pressed from the same mold. We were kind to each other until we started to feel like a collection of stamps, and we drifted off one by one. I kept one of them in my contacts under a new name. We sent each other small weather updates like old neighbors. Months stretched. The posts slowed instead of stopping, like a faucet you never quite fix. I changed my number twice. I opened new accounts and kept my photos plain. He found some of them. I blocked and refused to narrate my fear back to him. Work steadied. I shot less freelance, nothing dramatic. I just let it turn quiet. When photographers asked about old portfolio images, I wrote polite notes and asked for removal. Most understood and didn't ask why. Last fall, we loaded our lives into a rental and pointed east. A wedding dress lay across the back seat, zipped in a garment bag that sounded like a new page turning every time we took an exit. The zipper teeth ticked when the fabric shifted. My boyfriend checked the straps on the roof rack, then checked them again. We turned onto I-40 and spent the night in a place with an ice machine that rattled like a barrel. In the morning, we crossed into Oklahoma with the radio turned low. The sky over Tulsa was the blue of a hospital sheet, thin and clean. At a rest stop, I tapped my phone awake to a stack of little red badges. A cousin had messaged on Facebook, the preview said, but inside the app there was only one gray square, a request from someone not in my contacts. The name was an ordinary noun. The default avatar was nothing. There was no text. Still, I knew the feel of it, how attention can have a smell after a while. The request used a plain word that could have come from any grocery list, but the cadence felt practiced, a shape I recognized even without the name behind it. When I closed the app, a ventilation fan in the restroom started and stopped at intervals, like it was waiting for a cue I couldn't hear. I said nothing then. We ate vending machine crackers, and I folded the wrapper into a small, tight square. In the new place, the cupboard smelled like glue from the shelf paper. Tulips grew in a skinny strip of dirt beside the stoop, and surprised me by keeping their color. My phone stopped buzzing at night. When I searched myself online, a handful of stale entries surfaced like old receipts. Newer ones were there too, thinner, too busy pleading victimhood to land. The voice had learned to imitate other voices. It turned and turned, trying to find me in the mirror. My boyfriend found a used oak nightstand at a store just off South Peoria Avenue, and lugged it up the stairs with both arms around it. It had a shallow top drawer and a lower one that stuck halfway, then gave. The drawer bottoms were thin and wavy, and when I ran a finger along the side rail, I picked up a faint trace of furniture wax and dust. I set my wallet inside, then a paperback I wasn't really reading, then the small revolver I had bought in a bright shop that insisted on comfort. The clerk had said responsibility in 3 different ways. I liked the weight of it and hated that I liked the weight of it. I placed it with care. Barrel toward the back, the way a person sets down a memory they weren't ready to look at. I reminded myself I was safe when I couldn't hear the fridge motor. I told myself I was safe when the mail came at the usual time, and the envelope windows flashed only the boring blue of bills. Safety was a practice, not a feeling, something I rehearsed until the steps were muscle memory. Sometimes a thought crossed my mind like a shadow at noon. Quick, unearned, that some stranger on a bus would read what he wrote and let their small anger bloom, and I wouldn't see it coming. Sometimes I imagined a different stranger reading the same lies and feeling so tired they did something I didn't say out loud. I caught those thoughts by the hem and backed them into their room like moths. I had a life that needed quieting. I tried not to feed the parts that liked the noise. Once, a flyer slid under our door without a knock. It was only a pizza coupon, but for an hour I kept hearing the soft rasp of paper on wood. The last time it happened, it wasn't even a message. He posted a line somewhere small, and it wasn't the words so much as the beat between words that belonged to us. It clicked in my head the way the fridge motor catches before it settles, and it made me drink water too fast. On good nights, we walked to Woodward Park and sat on the low wall by the rose garden while joggers passed. He told me stories that had edges and ends. We planned small things, making pancakes at home, buying a plant we would forget to water. I took pictures of my hands holding coffee cups and deleted them in the afternoon. Before bed, I opened the top drawer of the nightstand to make sure it was still the same shape inside, the same arrangement of small, patient objects. A thread of cool air came through the window seam and touched my wrist, a small reminder that the room had more than one entrance. Then I shut it and listened to the building settle and reminded myself the right kind of lines. That distance is a kind of work, that sometimes the best measure is no reply, that a life can be made of boring choices and still be good. The house darkened evenly. I used to think trouble announced itself with a slammed door or a raised voice. What arrived for us came as a chime at odd hours, and a woman's name I'd never heard before. We lived in a mid-sized U.S. city, and I won't name streets. It's enough to say the building breathed through vents that carried everyone's hours. Vincent and I had been together 4 months when his phone lit up on my coffee table. He glanced at the screen, answered, and kept his voice even. He said he couldn't talk, that he was with his girlfriend, that he'd call later. After, he told me it was someone from his old neighborhood, a girl he'd known since school, the sort of name you hear once and file under past. 2 nights later, it was the same. The screen lit his face a pale blue and left a small square of light on the ceiling, a moving shape that kept time with his thumb. After that, it became most nights, then later nights. Calls slipped past 10, then midnight, then the hours when the building was quiet, and even the refrigerator motor sounded like a breath. I'm not dramatic. I work in office admin. I like my routines. I pay the rent on time. Personal chaos makes me feel late for something. But the late calls weren't an emergency. They were something else, a noise that tried to move into the background of our life and call it home. When he said she wanted to meet to discuss what her relationship was with him, I felt my shoulders harden. I asked friends what to do. They told me to refuse. I did. The calls became sharper after that. She told him to break up with me. She said in plain language that I was controlling. He said she'd get over it. He said she'd always been like this when he dated someone. I believed him because he wanted to believe it too. I searched her name online, saw a face that had lived outdoors with the sun too close. In my head, I sorted facts: past friend, current caller, unstable. He told me she'd been using for years, that he'd stepped away when the using started, that she only found him when she needed help or when he had a girlfriend. Those were the causal lines. I followed them with a finger like a map. The messages started next. Not just to him. She wrote to me on social media, long paragraphs that were both scattered and pointed. She said we needed a schedule where he would see her monthly, like a custody case for something no one had. I told her to leave us alone and wished her a decent life. If grace is a skill you have to practice. I was out of practice. She escalated. She claimed he'd hurt her. She said he'd infected her. She left a phone number for proof, and when I called it, a property manager answered in an office bright with overhead lights. After that, Vincent and I called her together on speaker and told her to stop contacting us or we would file. She went quiet, then asked how my rabbit was doing. We had never told her I had a rabbit. We hung up. That night, I checked the screens on the windows. We got 11 months of quiet. We used them. We moved in together, then got engaged, then forgot about her the way you forget those old voices you swear you heard as a child in your bedroom vents. When the heat kicked on, thin air threaded through the ducts and made the bedroom door ease a fraction, a soft tap like a polite knuckle. The apartment grew a warm rhythm. He dropped his keys in the tray. I lit a candle after dinner. We slept through the night. Then he came home one day and said she had called him crying. The rhythm fell out of step. I wrote her a message that burned all the way across the screen. It felt like throwing a glass at the wall and seeing it shiver without breaking. She called again. She threatened me. She made new accounts after we blocked the old ones. She used restricted numbers. She wrote online about me by name and about what she would do to me if she had the chance. The language less a threat than a plan spoken to a mirror. When she started leaving love songs on his voicemail at 3 a.m, I woke in the blue of the bedroom and listened to the building's ducts carry the sound of someone's shower, someone's microwave. The songs weren't music anymore, they were residue. We changed our numbers, we told friends. A friend of mine contacted her husband, who said touching the situation made it angry. The way he talked, you could tell the words were polished by use. It was an odd kind of apology that kept all its distance. A different friend sent me a video link. "I don't want to upset you," she wrote, "but you need to see this." In the video, the caller sat close to a camera and told a story where I played the thief, and she played the one who allowed our life. She used my full name. She talked about the things she could do that the rest of us couldn't see. I watched one video, then 3, then too many, transcribing details into a document until the lines felt like a room I didn't want to enter. She was unwell. She was also deliberate in a way that kept me awake. After one of the worst videos, Vincent lost his calm. He called her and shouted. The next day, she made a video about how I had put someone up to harass her. In her telling, he was never himself. He was a role she assigned. She started calling him her white knight. She also said he had assaulted her. The claims didn't have to be consistent to hurt. They just had to arrive. We tried to file for orders, but we needed an address. She moved. She moved again. Law enforcement had a previous address from a different kind of call, but she was gone from there. A police officer told me to make a flyer. I sat at my kitchen table one Saturday and designed something that looked like a missing person poster. Only backward, a picture of a woman and a promise of money for a location where papers could be handed through a doorway. I felt ridiculous and a little cold. I took the file to a copy shop that smelled like toner and hot plastic, the kind with a chipped counter and a flickering open sign. I fed quarters into a stapler jar, pressed edges flat, and signed my phone number small. A last line you could tear from the bottom. I printed a stack and stapled them to bulletin boards already crowded with lost cats and guitar lessons. I mailed one to her husband. He warned me again. The stack in my bag thinned. A month went by. Another. A man called himself Walter and gave us an address. He sounded careful. My mother and I met with an apartment manager who wouldn't confirm or deny, but her eyes told me enough. A week later, an officer called and said he'd placed 2 orders, one for each of us, into her hands. I thanked him. My hand shook just enough to make the paper rustle. It was late in the day. The office light where I worked was a color somewhere between yellow and gray. I put my face in my hands and sat like that for a minute. The relief not clean but present. We had papers with our names and the state seal. Something that said the air between us and her belonged to us for a while. The videos dried up after that. She posted again, but without our names. In one, she described a dream of a car hitting a storefront and someone inside dying. She described the neighborhood where I worked, but not the street. I stopped playing the clips. I started sleeping better and then not. I kept a list anyway, adding dates and phrases for the judge. I'm good at records. It's part of who I am, and also part of why all of this had its hook in me. I confused thoroughness with control. Court was in October. 2 friends offered to come, but we told them no. We brought a victim advocate who wore a blazer and knew when to look at the floor. The courthouse elevators were slow. The hall smelled faintly of cleaner. The hallway lights hummed, and the floor was polished to a thin mirror where shoes left brief ghosts. Somewhere a bailiff's radio whispered names and docket numbers, clipped and even. We didn't think she'd show. The elevator doors opened, and she came out riding on the back of another woman, a strange childish entrance that made the hallway feel like a stage no one had booked. She slid off and saw me on the phone with my mother and told me to hang up. She went quiet and stood by the wall and stared. The advocate took his seat between us and tipped his head toward a far point on the floor like it was a horizon. We were called after 2 cases. The judge had read our file. Vincent spoke first. His voice didn't shake. He told the judge that he'd tried to put distance between himself and someone who didn't want distance. I handed over printouts and phone records and notes. She interrupted with sounds that were half sigh and half laugh. The judge told her to stop. When it was her turn, she said everything she'd done was legal because of terms written on the internet. She said I had been impersonating myself in order to stalk me. She lifted a stack of papers and waved it like a flag. The judge said he wouldn't look. I wanted him to look, not because I believed her, but because I wanted to see what she had made to keep herself standing in her version of the story. He didn't, And that was the system working. He wrote quietly. Time stretched thin with the scratches of his pen. When she tried to speak again, he told her no. He granted the orders and extended the term to 5 years, reading the distances and times out loud like a pattern. Outside, the advocate shook our hands. We walked into the air and it felt like something had moved off our shoulders without leaving the shape. I went back to work and told friends, and they cheered like the end of a small race. I set the papers on my desk beside the shared stapler and the office fern, and the copier down the hall kept warming and cooling like a tide. That same afternoon, Vincent brought me flowers to my desk and just stood there smiling in a way that made me feel the plan we built had weight. We married the next year and moved to a new place. We asked the post office not to forward mail. We didn't tell many people our address. When I thought of her, which wasn't often, I found room in me for pity. It didn't excuse anything. It made the shape of it less jagged. Sometimes at night in the new apartment, the HVAC came on and the ductwork tapped, and the refrigerator motor joined in. A steady breath that made the kitchen glow feel occupied. I lay still and let the air pass over my wrists. I listened until the chorus turned back into appliances. It would be easy now to call what happened a lesson. It was more like a weight you build around without knowing it. Even when the weight lifts, a mark remains where you learned how to carry it. It left a shape in me I could trace with my thumb without looking. The way you learn the path to a light switch in a dark room. That's all it was, a mark I can still touch with 2 fingers when I pass under a vent, and feel cool air on my wrist. I turn off the bedroom light and check the latch on the balcony door before getting into bed. We left before the streetlight shut off. The metal bench held the night's chill, and the glass panes of the shelter were filmed with damp. When the earlier bus hissed past without stopping, the shelter glass shivered and gave it back to us a moment later. It was cool enough for our breath to show, not cold, but the kind of early that makes you feel like you're intruding on the day's routine. We were taking the 635 out to the trailhead west of town. Packs light, coffee in to-go cups that burned through the cardboard sleeves. A man came after 10 minutes. He checked the timetable posted behind the bench. Same bus. He sat opposite us and opened a paperback with a split spine. Nothing about it was dramatic. Still, something in me went alert. Not fear, not yet. Just the sense that a knot you hadn't tied was starting to cinch down on its own. Each time I glanced up, he met my eyes like he'd been waiting, held my gaze too long. There's a kind of look that pretends to be absent-minded but rehearses itself. The paperback's cover was sun-faded to a gray that used to be blue. The spine mended with a single strip of tape that had trapped a hair under it. It made me hold my coffee tighter. I texted Amy, rather than speak, even though we were an arm's length apart. The vibration on her phone was barely there. He looked at us anyway, slowly, as if he'd been paused and someone finger-tapped him back to life. He asked Amy who was texting, like he already knew the answer. She mumbled something about her dad. He squinted, then returned to the paperback, turning a page without really looking at the words. He murmured now and then. Could have been a different language. Could have been just the rhythm of somebody who reads out loud under his breath. I couldn't place it, and not knowing made it worse than it needed to be. When the bus came, we stood and shifted our straps. He stood too and moved closer than any stranger at a stop should. I could feel the warmth of his breath on my neck, a small ordinary fact that felt like a trespass. The bus doors hissed. We boarded and went to the back. He took the front forward-facing seat but turned his body toward the aisle. He put the paperback away. He watched me the way people watch a scoreboard, patient and fixed, like something they can't control is still telling them what to do. I faced the window and pretended to watch the trees. We got off one stop later at the Park and Ride, and crossed to the connector bus out to the county trail. He stayed on. I told myself it was nothing. I told myself lots of practical things because practical things are a ladder you can use to climb down off a feeling. By noon we were 3 miles into the ridge loop, the sun up and thin through high cloud, the air smelling like last year's needles. We ate on a flat boulder and kicked off our shoes to let our socks steam. We were talking about nothing when Amy paused and shaded her eyes. She asked if the person coming up the path looked familiar. It was him. He came slow, like he'd paced himself to arrive just as we did nothing useful. He didn't speak. We didn't either. There was no rule to follow, no script. We took our time closing our packs, then took a route down that made sense. The way you leave a conversation you don't want to have by saying you need to check the time. Every 30 steps I turned back because that was what my body decided to do without asking me. He didn't follow. He stood where the rock met the path and watched us move away. At the bus shelter near the park entrance, we pretended we were checking schedules we already knew. When the bus came, we sank into separate seats to make the inside of the bus feel like a neutral place. A few stops later, I felt a hand on my shoulder, a dry, flat palm. I turned and it was him, standing in the aisle, face slack as if sleep had rubbed away his expressions. He didn't ask a question. He stated what he wanted. Contact is proof, like people tap a countertop to check if it's stone. I stood and went forward and told the driver. The driver pulled over by a strip mall, popped the brake, and asked the man to step off. Across the lot, a donut shop neon flickered between two letters, and a mop bucket squeaked as someone dragged it over tile. We couldn't see. The man went, slow enough to stare at me as he moved past, like he was memorizing a pattern he'd need later. The bus shut its door. The world stayed ordinary, kids with sports bags, a florist hosing down the sidewalk, the buzz of the fare machine no one ever looks at. Back in town, Amy walked me to her place. We sat on her bedroom floor for an hour watching a movie we didn't like, because it made something to look at that wasn't the inside of my head. When we ran out of excuses to stall, I went home. It was a short walk. I locked my door behind me. I don't usually do that in daylight. The lock clicked like a sentence ending early. Lunch. Television murmuring in the next room. A bath running. The house made its usual sounds when it settled. The soft crack in the hallway ceiling. The tick of the kitchen clock. I tried to make those sounds mean safety. I stayed in the water too long, my skin blanching under the foam, when a sensation like a small electricity ran across my scalp. I rinsed fast, wiped my face mask off with the rough towel, and dressed in a hurry. I checked the deadbolt. I checked the little slider on the back door, because I always forget if it was up or down. Sleep took me hard. I woke at 3:20 a.m. and couldn't say why. The digital clock is a stripe of red when the streetlights dim and the houses go empty. I flipped the lamp on. The air had that held breath stillness. Houses get before the heater comes on. It made the footsteps sound practiced. That's when I heard them. Not the neighbor, not the heat. Measured, back and forth. The sound of intent is smaller than you think. It's not a pound on the door. It's a weight knowing where to fall. I went to the front room and kept the light off. I lifted one slat of the blinds with 2 fingers. There was a person in my driveway, head slightly raised, looking at the rectangle where my bedroom sits. I watched. They walked from the gate to the stoop and back. The streetlight threw its white circle across their shoulders. Every third pass, their shoes found the one uneven board in the walkway and made a different note. Small facts. Those are what keep you from undoing. When they turned as if they'd heard me think. The face tilted and caught the light. The streetlight took a second to catch the face. The way a motion sensor hesitates. And in that pause, I knew the outline before the features arrived. It was him. He left a minute later, cutting sideways into the dark like a string pulled tight, and then released. It took a long time for my body to acknowledge that he was gone. In the morning, I told Amy over coffee at a cafe on Main. We sat by the window so the day could witness the conversation. A few minutes in, he crossed the street, not hurrying, not stopping. He kept looping back, slow, like a swimmer resting at the wall. Each time he passed, he looked at me with a focus that felt like being measured, not admired, not hated, just sized. I told Amy I was going to the station after lunch. He appeared 2 more times that afternoon, once near the nail salon, peering into a display of bright curved colors as if they were codes. Once by the grocery doors where the air conditioning blows a constant white breath outside. The world didn't change for anyone else. Carts squeaked. A child here and there insisted on a candy bar. I felt like I'd been set a few degrees to the left of the rest of the day. At the police station, a tired clerk took my statement with care, but no surprise. They logged it. They said, in essence, that until something happened, nothing could be said to have happened. The clerk wrote fast, the pen scratching like a small saw, and I realized I wasn't the first person to stand there, naming ordinary places that had turned into corridors. I kept telling myself there were a dozen ways he could have moved faster, different routes, a ride from someone who didn't ask questions, the luck of timing that makes two clocks look rigged. It escalated. That's the word people use on forums. He came at night sometimes and pounded on the door, the strikes spaced like a metronome set too fast. He yelled about love, in the way people yell about weather when a storm is their idea, and everyone else is wrong about umbrellas. The knocks came in a pattern that didn't belong to any song I knew. 3 close together, a breath, then 2 more, as if he wanted me to learn it. Neighbors called. There were blue lights at the end of the street one night, and officers on my stoop. The man was somewhere down the block, shouting that he lived here, that this was his address, his throat turning the words into something raw. The officers took him away for a disturbance. They warned him. They warned me, without saying it, that a warning is a thin thing against belief. For a week after that, there was quiet. Then my phone started to ring. Unknown number. I answered once, twice, 3 times. Each time there was only breathing steady and held, like someone pacing themselves for a long run. I stopped answering. The calls multiplied. In 20 minutes there were 54 missed calls stacked like tiles. The next day it was worse. 70, then 90 in the same slice of time. The phone's vibration turned the table into a small drum. I powered it down and felt a wrong kind of relief, like I'd moved a problem into another room. The officers at the desk entered a second case because the numbers were blocked. A fact. A gap. A needed box on a form. I changed my number. The call stopped. The silence felt like stepping into a room you had forgotten you loved. It has been 8 weeks since I haven't seen him. Not exactly, though sound makes its own ghosts. Late some nights, the garbage cans rattle in the alley behind the fence. The neighbor's dog will raise its head and then decide to keep sleeping. A car will idle at the stop sign longer than it needs to. I cook, I run laundry, I work. I check the deadbolt with the back of my knuckle because fingers remember faster than eyes. I tell myself the facts. We got on a bus. A man watched. He appeared where we went. He put his hand on my shoulder. He came to my house. He stood in my driveway. He circled my days and then my number. He was warned. He vanished. Some nights when the clock reads something like 3:20, I listen to the house sort itself out around me. I don't look through the blinds. That feels important. I do the ordinary thing instead. I get up. I set the kettle even when I don't want tea, just to have a sound that arrives when it should, and pour a glass of water. I stand at the sink, feeling the cool of the tile under my feet, and I wait for the refrigerator's hum to come back on. Then I go back to bed, and let the dark be only the dark, for as long as it will stay that way.